all starts with a dream.
Everyone has a dream.
The LADC's mission is to reimagine and
text him. What? Testing.
reinvent the regional economy to collaboratively advance growth and prosperity for all.
Hi, everyone. We want to thank you all for coming and being on time. We are having slight technical difficulties and we started.
But how do we do that?
We essentially do.
Have already started or done with the survey, which we appreciate greatly. If you feel that the survey is better related or more pertinent, wait until midway through the seminar to reply to a lot of the questions.
Do that leveraging our five pillar economic development strategy.
It all starts with a dream.
Everyone has a dream.
The LADC's mission is to reimagine and reinvent the regional economy to collaboratively advance growth and prosperity for all. But how do we do that?
We essentially do that leveraging our five pillar economic development strategy.
The five-pillar strategy for economic development includes research, industry cluster five-pillar strategy for economic development includes research, industry cluster development, business assistance, foreign direct investment, all starts with a dream.
Everyone has a dream.
The LADC's mission is to reimagine and reinvent the regional economy to collaboratively advance growth and prosperity for all. But how do we do that?
We essentially do that leveraging our 5-pillar economic development strategy.
The 5-pillar strategy for economic development includes research, industry cluster development, business assistance, foreign direct investment, and workforce development. The goal is to provide objective and neutral information that helps guide processes and decision-making.
The knowledge and the connections that we've gotten from LAEDC has been invaluable. They've helped us learn about the community, learn about the dynamics of the region, and helped us make the decision that yes, this was the right place for Waymo.
We're attracting new businesses to Los Angeles while promoting the next generation of entrepreneurs.
A great success story is with Shakia Morgan, owner of Morgan's Naturals.
I reached out to LAEDC for capital injection and business growth. And being connected with SETA has been great for my business and my personal growth. LAEDC helped bring my dreams to life.
Reach out to us through laedc.org.
If you have a child
One, two. This is number 4 of 5 convenings we've done. We have one more to do, and that's going to be at the Afro City Mart in the Crenshaw district. Just by show of hands, how many people have ever heard of California Jobs First before today? I'm going to do a little roll call. Is there anybody that would like to introduce themselves and why they're here?
Yeah, hi, I'm Ollie Perez. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator for the Social Impact Center. We're a nonprofit organization that's based out of San Fernando Valley. And we are mainly helping to build power and healing in LA County. So we've done actually a presentation for San Fernando Valley Spa 2 back when this was first getting started. And that's mainly my connection to this. So
Let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Clark. I am a steering committee member for California Jobs First. I actually ran for a seat so that I could be part of this process as a resident worker. So I'm volunteering. I've been involved with this process for almost 2 years now, and I'm still learning all the component pieces of what California Jobs First can do for my community. I have really focused on workforce, but workforce looking to try to get people as early as 10th graders working in LAUSD, Compton Community College, not Compton, Compton Unified School District. And I'm looking at pre-apprenticeship as the pathway, not the pathway, the entry place to get me more structured so I can bring folks in the high school into workforce. And this is a very aggressive process of making sure that community is connecting not only with the high schools, but things like CTE. How many people know what CTE means? Career technical education is very important in making the linkage between workforce and apprenticeship. So right now, apprenticeship has a linkage problem, and it's being solved with something called pre-apprenticeship. There's one person that's going to be talking on a panel today about pre-apprenticeship, and there's a lot of funding that's available for people who want to jump in that area. That link between apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship and workforce is going to be discussed today. So I'm an apprenticeship program and a pre-apprenticeship program, and I'm trying to link up all of the things that make sense to getting people prepared, not just for workforce development and training, but for placement. So one of the people we've invited here today is part of what we've done to identify the issues between development, training, placement. Placement is the issue. Because there's a lot of people here that are educators, they're counselors, nonprofit organizations. But how do we get these people coached up and trained to get them into economic opportunities? Not just jobs, but careers. So what we're going to do is we're going to hear from a person today who is a career placement specialist. And there's a lot of things we're going to be able to learn from him as to what we can do to get our people better prepared for placement. Can anybody think of some of the things that we're weak in terms of getting people better prepared for placement? Anybody have any suggestions? I have one. Go ahead. Who are you, sir?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Luis Simon. I'm here today because I've been in Mexico for the last 3 years. I just came back to the United States, and I'm interested in finding out what's the status of California so far. And I think to answer your question, I think first of all, letting them know that it even exists. These resources are even available, because if they don't even know, then how do you start from there? So letting people know that there's something for them to start off of.
Did you fill out one of our surveys? Yes, I did. Okay. All right. One of the things I'm going to suggest, anybody else have any areas of weakness in getting people placed? Let's be real about this.
I think one of the main points that we found out in our surveys in SPA 2 is that a lot of people feel like they don't have access to technology, or they're not like technologically literate to be able to move into advanced spaces that are like sustainable jobs, or even some of like the more entry work level. They're just not confident in their skills to be able to move into those spaces.
And what kind of folks are we talking about? High school, community college?
Between the ages of like 30 and 65. So these were older folks who had told me that based on their lack of access to technology, that they just didn't feel comfortable moving into like an office space, or confident to be able to keep up with how frequently programs update and change and the technology is changing and things like that.
One of the things I believe is a huge problem with placing people or getting people to that last mile of employment is getting them better prepared for interviews. They have to nail the interview. Has anybody here ever worked in that area of technical assistance and getting people prepared for interviews? One of our panelists, I'm going to actually have you talk about what you guys do to get people better prepared for interviews.
I'm Linda Kelly. I'm from Fathers and Mothers Who Care. We have a nonprofit that does telecommunications training and life skills training. And in the life skills trainings, we touch on job interviews. And in the job interviews, we make sure that the people research the company that they're putting in the applications for so that they'll better know what company that they're applying for to see if that company is in alignment with what they are and what they want to do and represent. From there, we have them look at the CEOs and other people that are running the company, because when you're doing the interview, you have to be more prepared of what the questions that they're going to ask you. So we turn around and we do mock interviews, we do flash interviews for them. We make them come dressed so that they can be comfortable in their own skin when they're going to the interview, because a lot of our people, they don't know how to dress for an interview and they don't feel comfortable. So they're real nervous when they're going to sit in front of someone to interview. So those are the things that we do. And it's hard. We listen and they get there.
Okay. So there's got to be other people here who have some gaps in getting people placed, because that's really what I think we're here for.
Anna Marie Pierce-Simone. I teach at Cal State University, Northridge, and University of Nebraska, Lincoln, but not in person. I wanted to just add onto the interview that the other side of that is presentation, portfolio. I was going to say portfolio, but beyond, we think of that only for graphic artists, but for video, and now there's so much media that everybody uses. What's your public presenting face? How do you look? How do you present yourself across social media? So finding a way to express that, I think, is really important.
We're going to start the show, but I want to be able to find out who's in the room. Don't want to call anybody out, but is anybody that feels really comfortable about telling us why you're here and what you'd like to have come out of this session? Please.
Hi, I'm Michelle Edmond. I am a guest here from Oakland, California. I'm from the Bay Area. We have Jameco Foundation, and we have a planning grant to build an apprenticeship program to move men and women, young men and women, into merchant marines as a career, excellent opportunity. The challenges that we look at face in terms of getting people placed and how we address them. We partner with a workforce development agency that does soft skills, how to interview, how to present yourself. And then as we go through our training, we walk our trainees through, it's a job. So we walk our trainees into the union. They attend a union meeting. They meet union representatives. We look and show them how jobs are listed. They understand how they're supposed to bid for a job so that on the point of graduation, they can confidently walk into the union and acquire that job. And that's brought us 100% employment rate.
Anybody else want to tell us why you came here and what you're looking to get out of these sessions? I thought you had a child at home.
But I wanted to meet the individual that you spoke of. So I'm Dr. Elliot Coney. I run the Emoji Black Scholars Program here at the college. So I deal primarily with most of the Black students, the African students here. We have a very respected and reputable program, and I'm here to really build more bridges. We've done a lot of work with LAUSD, and making connections for our students in the job force is very critical. Providing them work opportunities, providing them experiences, co-op ed, internships, paid and unpaid, to make sure they can step into the area is very pivotal for us. We've done a lot of good work in bringing people on campus to talk about these things. So, please do look to email me. My email is Coney, CONEYE @lavc.edu. actually off at 5 and have a newborn baby at home, so I do need to leave. But I did want to come and show face and let you guys know that I am here in community with you, and I hope to build other bridges. And if you guys have anything that may be useful to students, feel free to reach out to me directly on how we can collaborate beyond this event. We have a beautiful Black scholar space just off this hallway, and we're doing great work here in the Unity Center, intersections for multiple populations here. So we're happy to have you. Thank you for coming, and I would love to be here further into the evening, but I do have to get home. But I just wanted to come and make this introduction to let you know that I am in partnership with you. Dean Demucha Flores is in partnership with you, and we want to make sure that we build this pipeline and help students get work, jobs, and make money, and do something that is really viable for them in their future. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to probably get off the mic here. I'm not part of the run of show, but I wanted to make sure I welcome you guys, but I need to know more about who we have in the room. Here you go. Please tell us who you are and why you came.
Hi, my name is Jenny. I'm from Friends for Injured Workers. It's a nonprofit organization that we work with injured workers. It's hard for us to place our clients because of the language. Most of the classes are in English. It's really rare in Spanish. The technology, they don't have access to computers. They don't even know how to send an email. So even for them to get a good job, it's hard for them to, So I'm here to find out how can we support those people, and if I can get some ideas or, to meet people to see how can I help the people in my community.
Give her a hand. Okay, any more brave people? Here we go. Please.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Goodell. I'm the Executive Director of Resiliency. We provide community violence intervention services and workforce development in SPA 4, 6, and 8. So down South LA, and then also in Inglewood. But so I'm here today just to learn more about the opportunities, learn more from you all, and some things that I would like to see about bridging the gap is we have great engagement with other community-based organizations, great engagement, great collaboration. We have great engagement with the community, but not so much so with the CEOs of these businesses, with these business leaders. And so learning more about these business owners and their thoughts and how they perceive the population that we serve. We serve as gang involved individuals. So learning from them is how can we bridge that gap between language barriers, technological barriers, and then the barriers of their specific backgrounds and the ways that they can adjust and create certain programs or opportunities that are internal to these businesses that we're trying to connect them to. Thank you.
Stay right here for a second. What are some of your biggest unmet needs beyond just trying to network? I mean, just give me one thing that you'd like to try to kind of combat, as you roll into this new fall semester.
So for this fall semester, I would say I wouldn't say combat. I would say just more education and more conversations with these business owners that are open to hiring the population that we serve, but might not quite have an understanding or knowledge on a certain background, or even be trained on how to engage a certain population in best practices. So having a conversation about opening to learn, or how to adjust an approach when looking for a specific type of employees, and creating, getting creative solutions with certain standards about, administrative needs, like meeting policies and protocols and things like that, versus the backgrounds that they come from. So creating those conversations and more dialogue and strengthening the partnerships with the employers.
That's brave. That's brave. Give him a round of applause, because that is probably the biggest area that I want to have is conversations with people who are the job hirers. We all know there's job seekers, there's educators, but those people, the job hires, if we don't know from them the archetype of the person they want to hire, all the requirements that they are looking for from these people, it's hard to train and coach these people up to those standards that they're looking for. So anybody have any ideas? How do we get to job hires? To the people who say that they're looking for the talent. Any ideas? And this is the last thing I'm going to ask. And we're going to start the show after this.
How you guys doing? My name is Dr. Norris Dorsey, recently retired college professor within the LACCD district. And two things. One is, as a role model, I take my students very seriously, and I try to lead by example, and I try to also educate them on what it's like to be in the real world. As students, they aren't used to walking up to a business owner. They aren't used to, trying to do sales and making cold calls. And so I try to teach those students that skill. It's a very unique skill. You can't be scared. You have to just do it. And one of my students is here, and I remember taking a group of students to cold call and foot canvas, and we went up to Subway and Sam's Club and different businesses, and we met the owners. We had a conversation just on the spot, like right then and there. Like, hey, how you doing? My name is, and that goes a long way, teaching them how to do something and showing them how to do something. I started my own college. It's been 10 years. And the reason why I started, and it's called the Dorsey Academy Entrepreneurs. And the reason why I started the college was because I call it an academy. I can't call it a college because I'm not accredited. But I started this out of a case study to teach the students how to open up, start their business, run it, stay in business, and be sustainable. And that's very difficult. A lot of times we learn how to start a business and we don't know how to stay in business or sustain it. And so that was a lesson that I continue to teach. I'm teaching right now that lesson, even though I'm retired. So I think that if you're looking for a job, you got to get some skills, and you can't be put in a box. I saw recently, that people love to put you in a box. You can show that you can do multiple things, but you have to be good at something in order for you to get hired. And that's what you have to show the job, the person that's hiring you.
Well, stay up here, sir. Stay up here. Okay, we're actually now going to start the show. One of the things that I've done for the convenings is to try and put ourselves in a position. One, we had a statement of work to make sure that these convenings were in the supervisorial districts for the 5 county board of supervisors. I think one of the things that's going to happen for me and all the people I work with, we have to learn who our county board of supervisors are, who are mayors, who are the people who are governing us, who are the people we're voting for to try to make the things that are going to be policies and laws that are going to be implemented to help us. We have to know who these people are. And I don't know how many people really know who's working for us. These people are working for us. So we're here in District 3. Does anybody know who the County Board of Supervisor is? Sir. So, the most important thing, you got to know who's in your district. And these are the people that we're working with to try to make sure that they're on point with all the things the counties are supposed to be doing to help talk to the state of California. That's who's running this program. But we got mayors, we've got county board of supervisors, we've got mayors, we've got city council members. All these are the people that we've got to start really connecting with and putting them into the blender, so to speak. So that's what I plan on doing, because I've learned a lot about governance. I've learned a lot about this whole, county that we're running. But I encourage everybody to try to get better at understanding who represents you in your neighborhood, your city, and your block. So go ahead, sir. Sure. Look, let me get this.
It's more than who we vote for and who represents us. We can respect those that represent us and move forward. But representing is working the cultures within different regions. San Fernando Valley, Northeast Valley is a little different from West Valley. Middle Valley is a little different toward the way basic needs of life, quality of life issues. And I think that, yes, when I hear blender, we do need to put our electeds to blender, because when laws are being passed regionally for the whole city, the whole county, that law or system and the way funds are being doesn't represent everybody within that vote in those areas or those arenas. Statewide, north, south, however we want to break it up within districts, small cities to big cities. Yes, we all need to work together, but we all got to make sure focus that all of our folks are working, all of our mothers are working, fathers are working, and our children are being taken care of. That's the quality of life that most cultures, at least the ones I've been around with, care about, including the jobs. Thank you.
Sir, who are you and why did you come?
You had to get me. Huh? I didn't raise my hand for that. My name's Steve Martinez. I'm a community actor for the last 32 years. Been mentored by a lot of old fellas. Now I'm at their age when they were mentoring me when I was 26, 25, trying to raise my 3 stepsons and my daughter. I was a single father for about 8 years. I'm very helped change some laws here in the state of California. One of my mentees was Alex Padilla, our state senator. I'm very proud to say that out of Mary Immaculate out there in Pacoima. I'm from Pacoima. And it's not Pacoima, it's Pacoima. It's a Native American name. Okay. So I know we Englishized it right into Pacoima, but it's Pacoima. And I'm very proud to say that because not just because my last name is Latino, everybody thinks Mexican. Yes, I'm Mexican, but I'm indigenous from this area right here, the dirt that we're in. Thank you very much. That's where I am.
Thank you for coming, Steve. Okay, so we're going to start the program. Dr. Dorsey, can you kind of bless the stage here, if you can, because you were the person who's recommended us here for LA Valley College, and tell us a little bit more about you. You did break the mold a little bit, and kind of start with who, what, why, where, and how. But tell us really, again, what we can do to get better at whatever we try to do.
Welcome, you guys. I'm glad you took time out of your day to come and get this information. I think it's very important that we share information amongst each other. One of the things that Kevin and I have been trying to do is, teach the young people how to live their grown-up life. I have a 20-year-old son who just went to the car, but he'll be back. And I said, you got to come, son. We got to get this information. We got to network with people that are doing things that will ultimately affect us. And because, I'm recently retired, I'm not in the classroom anymore. I'm starting to see the lens from the other side, right? And it's very difficult, very, very difficult for someone like myself to reintroduce themselves back into the workforce. I didn't think it would be this hard, so to speak, but it's been very difficult to look at certain positions, certain jobs, certain careers, and go, I want to do this. No, I don't really want to do that. And so what I've done, and what I had to reflect on is, as a retired person that's not done working, I had to decide on how I wanted to spend those hours in the day earning income. And, teaching financial literacy, teaching entrepreneurship, those things come easy to me. I was basically an accountant by day when I was getting my first experience. And now that the things that come easy to me, I have to teach other people, it's not as easy for me to take some of those principles and learn them myself and get back into the workforce. So I say that to say this, there's a lot of money out there for businesses or individuals. There's a lot of resources out there, but we have to know where to go and get them. We have to know how to use them. Because I have developed curriculum to teach people how to build business credit, to teach people how to utilize financial services and, save money and, plan for retirement. I feel like I can share that knowledge with anyone. And so that is my job, is to share the knowledge. I can't expire and take all this knowledge with me. I have to give it back somehow, some way, somehow. I've written books. Okay. Yeah. So, I got sick a couple years ago and I had to decide on how I was going to. I had a stroke. I almost died, but I'm here today. And one of the things that I can't do is downplay the situation. It was very serious. And so now that I have a chance to, a second chance at life, so to speak, I'm sharing the knowledge that what it took me to get healthy, what it takes me every day to be motivated, what it takes me every day to not just take any job, but to take the job that is for me, and what it takes for me to build and run my own business. Dorsey Academy has been around for 10 years, but every year is a new challenge. And when you're running your own company, I can't fire myself. I mean, I guess I could, but it doesn't make the company grow. And so I'm here to share the knowledge with everyone here, what it takes to, develop their own financial literacy, to say they aren't ready for retirement. I thought I was ready, but I'm not ready. Okay. And from a financial literacy standpoint, I wrote a book, Financial Literacy. I got it right there. Hand me that book real quick. And so I wrote this book for my 20-year-old son that's sitting right in front of me. And, when he graduated high school, he didn't want to listen to me anymore. And I told him, I said, son, now's the time you need to listen to your father. I'm here, I'm present, I got secrets for you. He's like, no, I need to bump my own head. I said, okay, go ahead, bump your own head. Everything I would tell you, I'm going to put in this book. And when you're ready to read it, you'll know all the tricks that I was going to tell you. And I don't think he's read the book yet. But anyway, yes, Kevin. Okay. And so you guys, this space here was a referral from my wife's friend, who's also a teacher here on campus. And, one of the things that we help each other is that we reach out and we solicit information from people that can help us move our goals and our agenda along. And so when Kevin said, man, I need a space in this district, I go, well, Kevin, I don't know, but let me call someone and see. And so that's why we're here today. And so I want to thank Kevin for his diligence in doing what he does, because he pulled it off in a short period of time. And I think it's very important for everybody here to understand these events are not easy to pull off, especially with a low budget. So that's it, Kevin. That's all I got to say right now.
Give this man a hand of applause. Thank you, sir. Next, I'm going to bring up the executive director for the California Jobs First, Charles Johnson. He's got a few words, and then we're going to go to our host. So, Charles Johnson.
Thank you all for coming out. We're going to be getting started here with the core program in a second here for this forum. I am the program director for California Jobs First. Excuse me for reading. I'm generally, try to remember things, but I'm getting older and I'm forgetting stuff. So here we are. But yes, this is the fourth in a series of 5 what we're calling a Geographic Racial Plan Environmental Justice Forums. So we will be discussing things, workforce development, a lot of the topics you guys been that you had opportunity to speak on, and we're going to make sure that we're addressing that from a racial point of view as well. Environmental justice, which is also part has a racial component to it. We'll be discussing that too. This was not an event that was planned by the state of California, but rather an event that the constituents here in LA County felt was necessary to help every race and ethnicity in LA County have a voice about how racial issues regarding employment and the environment affect them and how they can potentially be resolved. California Jobs First, the program itself, was established to create livable wage jobs. We're tired of these entry-level jobs. This is about livable wage jobs for people who've, quite frankly, been overlooked for too long. I've been a resident in LA for about 30 years now, and probably like most of you, tired of seeing unhoused people living under viaducts in makeshift tents, qualified older adults of all races struggling to get respectable jobs. I heard someone mention that earlier. Working professionals in their 30s depressed because they can't afford to buy a house. our veterans, frustrated because they get entitlements for medical issues that arguably was caused by fighting for this nation. We're in a college campus, so college and high school students really unclear about a career path after graduation. I heard a few people talking about the young people who, you know, come from humble means, whatever word you want to use. I grew up poor, so I say people who grew up poor, being left behind because they haven't been taught the hard and soft skills when interviewing for a job. I was a career coach for a while, and that was part of my job, was to identify people who had the hard skills, but teach them the soft skills, how to interview, how to dress, how to conduct yourself, how to be yourself while you're being interviewed. It's not that easy. People who come from means that they, you know, it's kind of taught to them. But if you're coming from humble means, you got to kind of figure it out. We need to change that, and we can do that here in LA County, for LA County. And of course, I do not ever want to forget our indigenous people still having to fight for necessities like fresh water and electricity. Is just not acceptable. So I'm trying to speed through this a little bit more so we can get started here. A lot of these initiatives that we have is going to require the stakeholders here in LA to be upskilled and reskilled in growing sustainable industry sectors that's identified for LA County. Armand Kuyan, our research analyst, to talk a little bit more about it later on. Aerospace, bioscience, construction, transportation, healthcare. We can't forget entrepreneurship, because no business can be started unless someone creates one. This program has given us the opportunity to develop strategic projects for our region in these different sectors that resolve climate change issues. But if we do it right, these strategic projects that can be created for our region can become those livable wage jobs in the climate space. But at the same time, we can't ignore the elephant in the room, and that's race. We have to develop an equitable process for all races in LA County to understand the opportunities and threats from the research about our region, validate that research or challenge it. Just because it's research doesn't mean it's right. So you have the opportunity to challenge it, but ultimately, every one of you here, we have to work towards developing strategic projects that work for everyone here in LA County. The information you provide today through those surveys, hopefully you guys got the link, the QR code to the link. That information will be integrated into a final report for the regional plan for LA County that highlights all your suggestions sent to state officials and legislators who can initiate and invest in change for the better for our region. That's what today's forum is about. So we have the summarized reports from work that the stakeholders in the California Jobs First program, they've already done. You guys are going to be hearing some stats on that. We also have some guest speakers, breakout room sessions if we have time for that. Question and answer periods. You guys aren't shy. Thank you for that. It's time for that. So for right now, I'm going to invite one of our brains for the program, for the California Jobs First program, Armand Kuyan. He's our research analyst. Please give him a hand. Come on up. Not exactly sure where you want to put your computer, but oh, gotcha.
I'll do this. Okay. All right. I wonder if maybe I should probably sit kind of. Yeah, I'll take a chair, please. All right. What? Okay, so hello everybody and welcome. Thank you for being here today. I'll be giving a presentation on research and data that we've collected as a part of this program, citing primarily 3 different sources of information. So We have research that was outsourced to some vendors who that were paid to do research. It's a lot of quantitative stuff. We have some survey data that our sub-regional table leads we're doing outreach for and conducting surveys in the community for, and also have convening data from our affinity hub leads. And I'll explain what these things are in a second. So if we go to the next slide, please. So presentation agenda. Like I said, I'm going to give an overview of the county. What is LA County? The regional plan part one, that's a lot of that very quantitative work that was done by consultants for the program. The convening data, which comes from the affinity hub leads. And finally, the survey data, which I'll get to towards the end of the presentation. So if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So a place that I like to start off is explaining what LA County is in the first place. It's very confusing. I lived in LA County my whole life, but I still would get it mixed up, LA City and LA County, until I started working here. And so LA County is different from LA City. LA County, it's that large space right there. It's the most populous county in the entire country with a population of 9.7 million. It's a quite large county with the area of 4,000 square miles. There's many governments in LA County. There's 88 cities. There's 88 different cities, of which LA City is one, along with 2,654 miles of unincorporated communities who don't have a sort of formal government, and they're kind of governed by the county. The three most populous cities in LA County are Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Santa Clarita. It was once Glendale, but it looks like Santa Clarita has taken over. So LA County, just to top it off, it goes all the way from Calabasas on the west. Oh, can you go back? Yeah, it goes all the way from Calabasas on the west. We got Malibu to Diamond Bar on the east. It goes north to Lancaster and south all the way to Long Beach. And also we have the two islands, the Catalina and San Clemente or Avalon Islands. Okay, we go to the next slide, please. So LA County is obviously a very large area, and probably more pressing issue is it's a lot of people that are spread throughout the county that face a lot of different challenges. So the way that our program has decided to break up the county to get more exact information and to really be able to be precise when we're assessing the issues and state of the county is to break them up into the service planning areas, which are used by the Department of Public Health. So you'll see that there's usually 8 service planning areas, but for the purpose of this program, they broke up the SPA 6, which is what we would think of as like South LA, into 2 for the portion that's east of the 110 freeway. That's the SPA 6 Southeast, and then the SPA 6 Southwest. Considering that our current venue, LA Valley College, is in San Fernando Valley, that's SPA 2. I'm assuming we have many attendees from here. SPA 1 Antelope Valley. There's also SPA 3 San Gabriel Valley. SPA 4, which is the metropolitan downtown area of Los Angeles. SPA 5, which is the west side and all the way over to Malibu. Like I said, SPA 6 is broken up into 2 for the South LA. East LA is in SPA 7, and South Bay, SPA 8 is Long Beach as well. We go to the next slide. So I'm going to get into the regional plan part 1. We go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So what is in this regional plan part 1? There's, I would say, 3 main sections. The stakeholder mapping is a quick overview of what is in this of who makes up our collaborative for this program. So there's 13 regions as a part of this program. LA County is its own region. And this will give you an overview of who is in our collaborative, which is a network of partners, organizations, and individual residents, ranging from the LA Metro to CBOs. The Carr Foundation is one of them as well. The regional summary, it breaks down different variables and it looks at the county from the lens of a few different variables and perspectives, broken down at the SPA level. There's over 30 variables that are analyzed in this portion. And then the labor market analysis gives an overview of labor market conditions in LA County, such as labor force participation, which comes up as a frequent topic of discussion. The industry cluster analysis then goes into the key industries in LA County, regional concentration by service planning area. And then finally, there's a SWOT analysis. So you could go ahead and scan that QR code. I saw everyone was scanning and I don't see any more phones, so we'll move forward. Thank you. So the findings from the regional plan part 1. So If we go to the next slide, please. We'll see right here. This may be a bit difficult to read, but I'll try to break it down and explain what it's showing. We have some key indicators for LA County shown right here. And this is broken down, like most of the analysis will be broken down at the SPA level, as previously mentioned. So one of the key things that we see with LA County is that there's inequality between spatial service planning areas, and there's also inequality within service planning areas, of which San Fernando Valley has a lot of that. So for example, the data points that we have up here are percentage of the population that is disinvested. LA County as a whole, 52% of the population is disinvested. The median household income in LA County is approximately $83,000. Poverty rate is about 16.6%. Unemployment rate is about 5.8%. And the pollution burden is about 6.3%. So we see that certain service planning areas may have higher unemployment rates, such as Antelope Valley, South LA. But then on the other hand, there's certain service planning areas which may have higher pollution burden. So though Antelope Valley has a quite high unemployment rate, their pollution burden actually isn't that high, as they have some of the best air quality in the entire county, along with the most access to green spaces and parks. San Fernando Valley has a rather high household income, but it also does have the highest population, just total number of people that are living in disadvantaged communities. And then there's other regions as well that there's kind of hard to break down and summarize with just these statistics, but it does get a little bit more exact here. And that map to the right is where the disinvested communities are in LA County by census tract. So yeah, we see a lot of the northern LA County, Antelope Valley, and then of course that corridor along the 110 Metro LA. So there's quite a lot of disinvested communities in LA County. So if we go to the next slide, please, I'll get into the regional summary index. So like I said, there's 30 variables at least that are being analyzed for the regional summary. And the approach that our researchers took, the contracted research vendors, which was Civil Economics and Beacon Economics, by the way. So the approach that Civil took when they were developing the regional summary index is they put multiple variables that kind of fit within a thematic area under a single index. So for example, we're looking at the equity index right here. So this equity index takes into consideration the share of the population that is a minority group, household income, residents in disadvantaged communities, life expectancy, low birth weight infants, and access to supermarkets. So some things that we see just from the get-go is Antelope Valley's minority population is equal to about LA County's. San Gabriel's is about average, but San Fernando's is actually below the LA County average. Another interesting thing that we found is Antelope Valley has the most food deserts. So that's a number of residents who don't have access to a grocery store or supermarket within 10 miles. And Antelope Valley is also quite low income. The household incomes are above average in San Fernando and San Gabriel, but renters in San Fernando Valley and Antelope Valley pay above average portions of their income as on rent. The other index that we see up here is the sustainability index. As I said earlier, there's significantly better air quality in Antelope Valley and access to parks and green spaces. And when a lot better in Antelope Valley compared to the rest of the county. They also have a lower water contaminant score in Antelope Valley. Meanwhile, San Gabriel, San Fernando are above average. And then the other things that are taken into consideration here are battery electric vehicle population and solar energy opportunities, of which San Fernando Valley and San Gabriel Valley are abundant in. If we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So job quality and access, the things that are taken into consideration here is the jobless working age population, commute times, workforce development providers, and then in economic competitiveness, we see establishments per capita, research institutions, exports and trade, recession recovery, and educational attainment. So Antelope Valley, for example, has quite low educational attainment compared to the county. They also have the highest jobless working age population rate. So working age population, as it's categorized here, is individuals between 25 and 54. Worker salaries and earnings are also lower than average in Antelope Valley, and they do have the highest commute times in the entire county. When it comes to workforce development training providers and research institutions, San Gabriel Valley has the most in LA County. And finally, when it comes to establishments per capita, San Fernando Valley actually has a very high and above average number of establishments per capita when compared to the rest of the county. Next slide. Can you go back one? Thanks. So the resilient class into consideration properties, environmental risks, and social clubs per capita. Antelope Valley and San Fernando Valley have in Antelope Valley than the county average. When it comes to household internet access, and Antelope Valley does have a high percentage of individuals who don't have internet access, and social clubs per capita, which is associated with wealthier areas, job opportunities, things of that nature. We will see that SPA 5, for example, the west side has the highest opportunities. And just seeing across the board here, we see that, I don't know, did you see this? The audio is coming in and out, but something that we see across the board here is that SPA 5, which is the west side, is really the kind of model for our county when it comes to doing well across the board for a lot of these different indicators. They have the highest almost across the board. But then meanwhile, we compare that to some of our more disinvested communities like South LA, Antelope Valley, parts of San Fernando, Metro LA, pretty much just other parts of the county. And we see that the scores, they vary. It's not consistent. SPA 6, South LA does almost have some of the lowest scores across the board as well. Okay, we go to the next slide, please. Okay. And the next slide. So the next part of our regional plan, part 1, was a labor market analysis. What this found is that LA has a lower labor force participation rate compared to other metropolitan areas such as Dallas, Houston, and Atlanta. It also found that we have an aging population, which also means we have an aging labor force. So there's 2 charts up here. The chart on the bottom left is LA County labor force participation rate by age. The main takeaway from here is that we see that it shows labor force participation for different decades for different age brackets. So like it has a 16 to 19 with it has 4 different bars. So each bar has labor force participation rate for a given decade. And it goes back to 1990. And the key takeaway here is that 16 to 19-year-olds are working and are not just working, but they're participating in the labor force at a much lower rate, almost half of what they were 30 years ago. But also individuals that are above the age of 50 are participating in the labor force at higher rates nowadays compared to 30 years ago. The chart to the top left shows, can you go back? Okay, that's fine. The chart to the top left shows labor force participation by educational attainment. And the key takeaway here is that as your educational attainment increases, labor force participation rate also does increase. So individuals in LA County that have less than a high school graduate as their highest level of educational attainment, they participate in the labor force at about 67%. Meanwhile, high school graduates participate at approximately 75%. Individuals who have some college or an associate's degree are at 81%, and it's all the way up at 88% for those with a bachelor's degree or higher. So in the next slide, we're going to get into some of the challenges, which are housing, education, childcare, transportation, and access to resources. Next slide. So some of the analysis, I've taken some quotes from our report here, and it's just, I think they really summarize well and kind of catch some key points here. So the first thing says that we have nearly 72,000 Angelinos as people in LA County that are between the ages of 25 and 54, and they're not participating in the labor force or attending college. So if we look closely at who this group is comprised of, we find that 65% are females and almost half are Latino. I previously said that childcare has come up as a barrier to labor force participation in LA County. And this is where the thought comes from, because when you compare a single man or a single woman in LA County and you look at the labor force participation rate, the difference isn't as much. But then if you compare a single man and a single woman who have a child, we see that for the man, it doesn't change much, but for the woman, the labor force participation rate decreases a lot. So women who have a child are much less likely to participate in the labor force, and that's why we said childcare may be a barrier to participation. We see the second quote is just referencing individuals who have disabilities. Labor force participation is significantly lower among prime age and older individuals who have disabilities. And we see it's much lower with older individuals with disabilities. That's 55 and up in LA County. Finally, the last quote is referring to racial differences in labor force participation. And it finds that when you look at educational attainment and labor force together, we see that if you compare Asians, the Asians group in LA County, Black individuals, Latino individuals, and white individuals, labor force participation rate is nearly 90% when they all have a bachelor's degree. But if you look at these racial groups when they don't even have a high school diploma, the rates vary a lot, and it actually gets much lower, ranging from 74% for Latino individuals to 48% for Black individuals. So the suggestion is if we fully eliminate educational attainment gaps, that could close racial gaps in participation in the labor force. Next slide, please. So as a part of this initiative, we've identified 7 industries in LA County. We did a whole industry cluster report, and that's in the regional plan. From that industry cluster report, you can see in each service planning area, different parts of the county, what are the key industries and what are regionally concentrated. So we've identified 7, as I said earlier. These 7 are transportation and logistics, video manufacturing, clean renewable energy, construction, healthcare, and bioscience. So just to give a quick overview right here, and kind of the key takeaways of why these were identified is because they have jobs that pay well that don't require bachelor's degrees. And they're also regionally concentrated in Los Angeles. So in transportation and logistics, think of occupations like flight attendants, truck drivers, freight agents, clerks, sales representatives. In video production and distribution, this is kind of a revitalized after the strikes of last year, but these pay a great wage and many positions do not require formal education. The aerospace industry is another legacy industry, and they pay a great wage with recent growth in aircraft, missile, and space vehicle manufacturing. Next slide, please. Here we see the 4 other industries I mentioned earlier. Clean and renewable energy is another industry that is going to be increasingly important in LA County as we transition and the cities and counties, state, and the nation transitions to cleaner renewable energy sources. These are occupations like electricians, clerks, installers, and telecommunications employees. Healthcare is one of LA's largest industries that pays a good wage with increases in home and outpatient care and mental health services over the last 10 years. We have to remember here that I mentioned earlier, LA County has an aging population, which probably means increasing importance in the healthcare industry. Construction also is kind of in common culture is seen as a good industry to go into if you don't have higher levels of educational attainment, and it does earn that reputation as it has many occupations like carpenters, plumbers, fitters, clerks, drywall installers, AC installers paying above $70,000 on average. And then finally, bioscience is an industry which does suffer from a bit of an image issue in the sense that people hear bioscience and they think it's very sophisticated work that probably requires a PhD, but we do find that many positions do not require 4-year degrees, and they're paying above $85,000 on average across LA County. Next slide, please. So here's the general strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats of LA County. I'll leave it to everybody to just check this out on the report, and we can go to the next slide and talk about the convening data. So thank you. So we have these 12 funded positions as a part of our initiative that we're representing thematic areas in LA County, such as youth, families, homeless veterans and seniors, employers and business, economic development, civic engagement and place-based coalitions, sustainability, underemployed adults, labor and workers, immigrants, institutional governments, and academia. and they held over 50 convenings to gather feedback, and that's 50 collectively, to gather feedback for strategies in our region related to equity, job quality, access, climate, resilience, and workforce development. So what did they find in these convenings? Next slide. What did they find in these convenings? They found that there are some key challenges in LA County, and they do kind of fall under these themes of economic and social barriers and workforce and community issues. So this could be things like the need for technical assistance for disadvantaged businesses. There's a lack of hyper-local training programs and coordinated employer matchmaking. And then sort of the more typical things that we do hear about issues in LA County, the housing crisis, commute times, rising basic living costs, system in the access to broadband internet across different populations in the county. Workforce for older adults, non-English speakers, and marginalized communities. And also another workforce issue is seen that is noted here is the high school dropout rates. Taking that into consideration with the lower labor force participation, that's seen as a challenge in LA County. Next slide. I think you skipped one. Thank you. So what are the opportunities though? It's not just challenges, there's benefits and there's good things that did come out of these convenings. So some of the things that have been cited to be successful are the creation of accelerator programs and green construction opportunities to get careers. Community and infrastructure enhancement is also seen as an opportunity by folks in LA County. This is leveraging events like the 2028 Olympics, involving diverse organizations. LA County has a very high concentration of civic organizations, and we have a lot of diversity. So how do we involve all these different groups in our planning? Next slide. So the very last thing I'm going to discuss is the survey data. So this was another funded opportunity that came as a part of our program where we contracted 90 organizations throughout LA County to conduct surveys, 30 surveys each. They collected in total 2,660 unique surveys, of which 2,400 were linked to an organization earlier, and also they're supposed to be representing the different service planning areas. Something important to note is that 48% of these survey participants were contacted in person, which goes to show that the in-person contact is still extremely important, especially when doing community work. And also just to give an overview of how the surveys work, participants were offered gift cards for completing and attending the meeting. Next slide. So the survey demographics, from here we see that we generally got at least 200 respondents from each service planning area. SPA 7 East almost there with 196, but we did get good representation across the board. When it comes to gender representation, we had 59% describe themselves as female, 39% as male, and 1% as transgender, and 1% as non-binary. Next slide. When it comes to the age breakdown of the survey respondents, over half of survey respondents were over the age of 35, but we still also got nearly 500 surveys, a little over 500 surveys from individuals that were under the age of 24. When it comes to identifying as some of the key demographic groups for this program, including veterans, justice-involved youth, business owners, homeless, immigrant, and low-wage earners, we did get significant representation. Single parents also were identified with 400 individuals identifying as a single parent. Next slide. So here we see the survey racial and ethnic Black or African American, multiracial, Asian, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, Hispanic or Latino, American Indian or Alaska Native, white and other. And then we also had some respondents that typed in that their other, and it ended up being 19 folks of Middle Eastern, North African origin. So looking at the demographics, we have to remember about half the county is Hispanic or Latino, which actually does show that they were underrepresented as a group in this survey. But we did have overrepresentation from the Black or African American community, with 950 folks that were surveyed identifying as Black or African American. Unfortunately, we did also once again have underrepresentation from the Asian community, which make up about 15% of our population, but we only received about 300 let's see, yeah, about 280 survey respondents from the Asian community. So that might be just about equal representation or just below. And then when it comes to other groups, we had 312 respondents identify as white. Next slide. And then finally, and of course, the idea behind giving you guys the demographics is once we get into the survey questions and the content, you have an idea of who are the individuals that were surveyed. So finally, we see educational attainment, 24%, the highest level was a high school diploma, 16% was less than high school. And so over half of respondents do not have a bachelor's degree. The smallest representation came from individuals with a graduate or professional degree, which was 11%. And when it comes to your current employment situation, it just kind of shows that we have many individuals that, though they have a stable job, they are seeking a new job or high paying career because they do feel they have limited opportunity for higher earnings in their career. We also do have retired individuals who are seeking supplemental income and employment. Next slide. So the barriers and obstacles that were identified. So one question was, what do you perceive as the primary comes up most frequently is affordable housing. That comes up. So if we had 2,600 surveys, that comes up, 1,700 times. That's a lot. That's almost, that's over 75% of people that are saying that that's a big barrier. When we look at education, also comes up as a large barrier, wage stagnation. And then when it comes to things that we might be able to address as a part of this program, things like childcare, healthcare, transportation, credit and financial access does come up frequently as a barrier, and technology and access to social networks. Another major obstacle that people cited as something that they believe prevents them or their family from accessing high quality jobs in LA County, we see that there's a knowledge gap. So many community members feel like they just don't have the knowledge about high growth industries or quality job opportunities or ways to learn. So the question is, how can we connect people and how do we get people better informed with these opportunities? Next slide. So continuing on these barriers and obstacles to LA County's economic growth, 72% of respondents said they're not connected to local resources that they can use. 86% said they're not a member of any union, and 20% said that they feel they're at risk of losing their job in the next year. So to kind of just keep going back to this point of there's a knowledge gap. And so the question is, how do we get folks more informed? And then, of course, lack of funding, high costs, and access to educational resources are also commonly cited as challenges for entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. So the opportunities. Do you believe that your community will benefit from state investments for a clean energy future? 61% of respondents said yes, they do. And what do you believe are the best ways you and your community members might be able to participate in the transition to a carbon neutral future? And so what's most commonly cited as an answer is installing residential solar. Second most common thing was adding green spaces, trees, and shade. And then third most common is just accessing training or jobs in the clean energy sector. If we go to the next slide, 40% of respondents said that they are not familiar at all with California's goals for a clean energy future. So you may be wondering, how is that an opportunity? Well, it's an opportunity because we previously saw how excited people are about clean energy in their communities, and we still have 40% of folks in LA County who are just not aware of it. So once again, if we can kind of close the knowledge gap with these individuals who are not aware, that presents a great opportunity for LA County. 74% of respondents said they're interested in learning more about steps communities can take as California moves toward a clean energy future. Educational opportunities, training and internships, apprenticeships, very important. as an effective workforce development strategy. And lastly, they wanted to emphasize the importance of in-person job centers and mentorships. So that is it for my presentation. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
So this next set more information about the program's real benefit for people who are looking to create change for themselves. I met this gentleman because he's a steering committee member, and I'm one, but he's really been able to make me understand how the program can provide opportunities, economic opportunities for people. I guess without further ado, I want to bring him up because he's got an amazing presentation. Are been involved with how they want to move forward with submitting proposals and ideas can do so. And for those folks who are not locked into the idea of submitting proposals, you'll be amazed as to what this program is for the next 2 years. So this isn't just a lot of conversation. So I hope without further ado to bring up Luis Portillo. He's going to again give a presentation for everybody to be able to be on their toes. Okay, thank you.
Stand. Thank you, everybody. My name is Luis Portillo. I'm the president and CEO for the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. As Kevin mentioned, I am on the steering committee for the LA SURF, actually California Jobs First program, previously known as the SURF program. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the funding opportunities that are coming up, because what this whole initiative started off is the state decided they wanted to invest in communities and try to really target those disadvantaged communities, those people who have been left out. And they said, we need to provide funding for this. So they set aside about $600 million for this, for a statewide program for the state. And that's kind of the point where we're at now, where we were going to get to the point where, some of that money is going to become available. We're going to be looking for ideas, proposals on how to get it together. And so I wanted to kind of walk you through some of these opportunities that may be happening. Can we go to the next slide? So this, again, was the overall goal for California. At the time, it was the California Economic Resilience Fund. It's now California Jobs First. We want to create high-quality jobs for all residents, help our economies transition to a zero-emission economies, address some of the issues that came up during COVID, and finally, include voices that have been traditionally left out. Next slide. As Armand mentioned, we did the strategic plan part 1, and that essentially what it was is a number of studies looking at what are the industries that exist within LA County across the different regions, where are our strengths, where are our weaknesses, what is the industries we want to target. A couple of the main things that we're looking at are these industries that are going to be supportive of our zero emission goals. So even though when they say, hey, gasoline usage may be up, we're not going to fund a new, gasoline, oil wells, things like that. But to the extent there's efforts to do, zero emission technologies to do that, that's in line with it. Is it going to help target communities that have been left out? So the strategic plan that they put together kind of identified all these things, identified key industries. And what's happening right now is we're working on strategic plan part 2. And that's going to be the kind of the guiding document as to for LA County and the types of industries and jobs we want to support. Next slide. And so as Armand mentioned, there was about 7, I left 8 under industries that we want to target. And these are the industries, and the idea behind these industries do they pay a living wage? So they're high wage paying jobs. They support transition to zero carbon economy, and 2, they are growth industries. So we're not going to try to invest in something that's dying. We want something that's going to be a future. And these are the industries that have been targeted for LA County. So as you're looking for ideas and proposals, to the extent you can tie it to these industries, that's where we really want to focus those efforts. The other thing about the administration is, while they've dedicated a certain pot of money, they don't want us to be relying simply on that. We want to use this money to leverage it, to get more money from the feds, to get more money from the local counties, cities, and really use it to grow. So while a state grant may come for, let's say, $10 million, they will ultimately leverage that so that, hey, if we can get another 50 million from the feds, that's what we want to shoot for. So next slide. This is the kind of time frame what's happened so far. So the state broke up the state into about 13 regions, and gave each a Eastern Sierra region. It consists of 7 counties along the eastern side of the state, but those counties have a population of less than 200,000 people. So they were given $5 million to do planning. LA County, with a population of 10 million people, was given $5 million to do planning. Doesn't make sense, but in order to get, that's in the past. So that's the phase that was done using the monies to do the studies, to do the strategic plan part 1, strategic plans. We're in the Catalyst program. Each region was given $14 million to fund some of those programs, those efforts. Of this, the LA region has identified about $9 million that's going to be going towards available programs that people can apply for, that people can submit programs for. Right now, the way that's working is the steering committee is going to be putting together some criteria of what they're looking for, an application process, and they're going to be identifying programs as to what some of those are. How much each program is eligible for, it could vary. It hasn't been finalized. There's been talk about setting up 50 programs, but with a budget of $9 million, that's about $180,000 per program. There's talk about, hey, maybe go for a less number and say 5 programs where each program's getting almost $2 million. So it's still up in the air, but those are a major pot of money that we have to work with for sure. We know it's happening. The final part is the implementation phase. The state's committed about $50 million a year for the next 3 years, so $150 million to, again, continue to fund these types of projects. But those won't be just LA County. Those are going to be statewide. So you're going to be competing with the Bay Area, with the Central Valley, San Diego, everybody. So everybody submits those to the state, and ultimately they're going to be approving. Next slide. So as I mentioned, right now we're in the kind of the pre-development phase, and the 2 types of programs that we're really looking at are going to be the exploratory programs and last mile programs. And we're going to have the $9 million to work with. And again, that could change how much each program will get. Next slide. So the biggest ones that provide the most flexibility for all this is going to be the exploratory type programs. This is defined as, and this is literally from the documentation that the state providers could be a back of the envelope plan, an idea. So you have an idea for something that you think would be helpful for a region that ties into efforts that are going on here, that's unique. This is the type of program you're funded. You don't need a fully thought out. You don't have to have a feasibility plan, a business plan. It could be more of a, hey, here's a concept. It could be for things to fund, like, hey, we want to fund a study to be able to show that we can grow this industry here. We want to be able to pay some of the permits available needed to establish it. So that's going to be the biggest one for the most opportunity, and that's going to come out of the $9 million. That's going to be for exploratory stuff. The second one is going to be your last mile projects. Now, these are projects that have gone through some of the work. They've done some of their feasibility assessments. They're considered viable. They still haven't done everything. They're still trying to identify some funding sources, but it could go towards those type of dollars. Again, the funding we know we have for sure on this side is $9 million. Now, we're going to be pushing, at least I'm hoping that this committee will approve, is that we're still frustrated the fact that every region gotten 14 million. It just doesn't make sense. So, well, we suspect not every region is going to use up that 14 million. And in those situations where they don't, we want to divvy them up amongst all those other regions, but on a population basis, that they are serving, could grow, and that's what we're hoping. Next slide. And then the implementation phase, these are going to be impacts, permits already been done. What I typically highlight on this is, for the metro they're building what's called the Gold Line from Pomona to Montclair. Pretty much the route's done, environmental impact reports all done, approvals all done. They just need the money to do it. That's the type of project that this fits in. But again, this is going to come from the state. The local LA County region isn't going to have too much of an impact on it. Next slide. So these are the kind of things that they've listed in some of the information of the types of developments or activities. It could be for a feasibility study, market analysis, site acquisitions, development plans. It could be establishing a regional tax incentive increment financing district. Again, drafting community benefits agreements, a whole host of different types of programs. Next slide. Again, it's basic environmental infrastructure review, pollution control services, developing. So it's not necessarily sometimes just like, here's a blanket idea, we're starting from scratch. They're looking at programs that may already have some kind of movement on there. Let's keep going. Next slide. But there are some requirements that need to be ahead. So here is, you're required to provide a project overview with benefits, scope plans, who are going to be the services provided for, project sponsors, project team, community partnerships, a potential risk, approvals. We need to get approval from the LA County Jobs First. And this one can seem very much overwhelming when you start looking at some of these things. And that's why for some of the smaller nonprofits, what we're really advising folks is work with some of those other stakeholders that you work with a lot. So let's say you're based out of Los Angeles Valley College, and you're a small nonprofit, you want to do something in this space, reach out to the college. Have them say, hey, we have a group, 3 or 4 nonprofits who think we know this program's available. We want to submit an application. We want to submit a proposal. Can Los Angeles Valley College be the lead sponsor? And what that means is Los Angeles Valley College would submit the application, but as part of the application, you'd say the college would contract out with each of these nonprofit organizations to provide this service should that grant be funded. That way, you're not having to take on all that responsibility on the reporting, the drafting the grant. You can work with some of those. It could be a college, it could be a nonprofit organization, whoever it might be. So that's really one of the ways we're really advising for folks to kind of look at that. Let's keep going. Next slide. No problem. And then again, some of the criteria is what they're going to be judged for. And this is why, especially when you're looking at proposals where you're in the millions of dollars, you really want to try to work with as broad of a coalition as possible, because you're looking at some of the requirements. There's an equity component. At least 40% of the funds have to provide direct, meaningful, or assured benefits for disadvantaged communities. So how do you prove that? You have to be you have to have an applicant that's serving a disinvested community. You have to align with executive orders regarding racial equity. You have to include an equity impact. So a whole host of stuff. It has to support the state's climate goals, our carbon scoping goals, protecting water, climate agenda. Next slide. Job quality, another component. It has to be, good paying jobs. We're not trying to fund industries that are simply paying minimum wage. We want to provide equitable access to folks to these opportunities, especially those that have been left out. And other project criteria that could become down the line. Next slide. So earlier this year, or I would say last year, the governor's administration decided to take some of the monies for this program and pull that about $40 million to create a pilot project. And they requested applications. A number of folks submitted applications. These are the types of projects that were approved. So Alchemist Public Market is a project in Sacramento's kind of river district. It's going to build a pipeline for underserved entrepreneurs to start new food businesses, to provide workforce development for individuals with high barriers to employment, create attractive community gathering place that also offers access to quality foods produced by local producers. They were given $7.8 million. Again, that's a project that's not necessarily starting from scratch, that the city, that the region was working on, but the state said, you know what, that's really important. It ties in with a lot of the things we're doing. We want to give that to you. Let's go to the next one, because there's about 8 projects. But for LA County, the Pace Green Loan Fund was awarded $5 million. It's a revolving loan fund where you can get loans from anywhere from $25,000 to $500,000 that provides entrepreneurs with working capital and our growth for particularly focused on high quality jobs, reducing economic inequality, addressing climate change. That's the type of thing they wanted to fund. So looking at some of those areas. Next slide. Yeah. And so reason I wanted to put some of these in here, just kind of give you a sense as to here's what they've funded before. So maybe it might give you some ideas. And some of those, we have the High Roads to Good Jobs and Prosperity in the Central Valley. They were given $10 million to create thousands of jobs in the renewable industry, advance access to capital for minority business owners, provide business assistance, accelerator programs. And with all these, you have a large organization that's applying for the request, and they have partner organizations which they're with to implement these funds. So I wanted to kind of give you a scope so that when you're looking at that money, so the Catalyst funds could be as low as, hey, somebody's asking for $50 for a study that they want to fund. But it could also be, we're asking for $10 million to fund this program. But that's why it's critical. You want to make sure it's not just targeting one particular city. Hey, we're targeting the city of San Fernando. No, we're targeting the entire region. We're working with other sectors. And so to the extent you're able to say, hey, we're going to work with the folks in Long Beach, we're going to work with the folks in Pomona, we're going to work with the folks in South Los Angeles, that brings a coalition of folks, because you can have a couple of different areas where you're going to need to get support. One, for the Catalyst funds, the first cut on those is going to go to the steering committee on the LA County California Jobs First. They're going to identify, hopefully yours is one of those selected. The second one is the state needs to approve that project. And then the other funding is that 50 million. And that 50 million can be competitive. So that if our region, or if you put together a project where you've worked with a lot of groups, you submit that to the state, you need to be calling every state assembly member, every state senator, every mayor, every supervisor, and have them reaching out to the director of GoBiz, to the director of governor's office of planning and research, to the labor workforce development agency, saying, hey, this project is important. We need you to support it. We need you to fund it. Because again, I guarantee you, everybody else is going to be trying to do the same thing. And that's sometimes a frustration that as LA County, we don't sometimes leverage all those. We have a strong and powerful delegation, yet we don't leverage them. Like, we didn't really get to the point where we were calling our representative saying, hey, can you call up the director of GoBiz and tell her that this is important, that we shouldn't all get the same amount of money? That didn't happen. So we want to start kind of taking advantage of those. And if we don't leverage that, that's it. Going to same thing happen again. Let's go next slide. So steps going forward, as we mentioned, the Catalyst project fundings, we expect that some of those requests for opportunities for funding requests could be opening up as early as like September, so in about a month or so. So we want to be aware of that. The best way to recommend you to stay aware is, one, join the Los Angeles County Jobs First Collaborative. So go to lasurf.org. You can either join as an individual, you can join as an organization. You can also just sign up for their newsletter. At minimum, do that, because at least whenever these requests come out, hey, we're taking proposals for this $9 million, that's what's going to get sent out to, and that's where you're going to become aware of that. Again, second one is work with your network of businesses, of organizations, of stakeholders that you have to look at, work as a group and see what are some of the areas that the state has set our priorities in industries that are growing, and how can we put together a proposal that either starts something from scratch or builds on something that's already going on, so that we can get funding, we can get some of these money back to our community. Next slide. I think that might be it. So I wanted to kind of just touch base on that part, because ultimately, as much as, we hear some amazing stories and some amazing feedback and get people's experiences, unless we're going to put direct money and resources into it, it's just talking. So that's where we're getting at the point now where all these resources that have been dedicated to it are going to be starting giving them out, but we need people to apply, people to look at what opportunities they can pursue and work together on some of these things.
You guys heard it. You heard it. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys. This is now where we're going to get to a conversation. So if I can have Anna Marie Piersimoni come up here. I'm also going to ask for Ted Milner. Norris Dorsey, and Oscar Aguayo. I want to introduce Jay Tucker. He's the person who's really been steering this thing for Dakar Foundation and these convenings. This is the conversation. It's not going to be that long, but it's a conversation with the people who These are all friends, and I've asked them here to, you guys can come down a little further and actually,
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we just fine, Jay. Thank you.
Okay, just checking to see if we have Stella still. Can you bring her up on the screen?
Hey, Jay.
There we go.
Hey,
All
how you
right. Wonderful. I just want to make sure the gang is all here. I see Anne Marie, my good friend. It's been a while. It's great to see your face. I see Ted. This is going to be a great conversation. I don't have the audio. I think I see Oscar as well. I don't have the audio on the main stage anymore. So I don't know if I'm ready, if you guys are ready for me to jump in yet. So just give me a thumbs up or something if we're ready to go. All right. So for those of you who have been with us for the last hour and a half or so, thank you so much for your attention, your patience, your participation. As Kevin mentioned, my name is Jay Tucker. I've been collaborating with Kevin for years on career pathways, workforce development, and other issues that directly impact trying to create opportunities for people coming from disadvantaged communities and backgrounds. And I do want to note that this conversation is supposed to be focused on regions and race, in addition to talking about the state of the economy here in LA County and some of the opportunities that we see in front of us. Luis, thank you so much for that overview. Armand, thank you so much for the data. I think that's a great kind of table setting for the conversation that I want to have with this incredible panel that you see before you. Even though I'm popping in digitally, I'm going to try to keep my hands on this discussion. But before we really get into talking about the various issues, I just want people to introduce themselves. So maybe we can start with Anne Marie and then work our way down the seating area.
Is this working? Is it on?
It
Yeah.
is working.
Wow. First time, and I'm an educator now, but I came out of fine arts and media arts. Production.
1, 2.
Let's see. Hello. Oh yeah, that's working. Yeah.
Much
So I
better.
came to fine arts, basically wanting to make sculptures and paint, and falling in love with film and video. And at a time when it wasn't there, we did not make movies and distribute them with our telephones. So I learned how to network, how to go all over the state of Connecticut. I got equipment from Aetna Life Insurance and from the state library. So I kind of stayed on with that and became involved with public access and community access in all different places. I was a Northeast regional coordinator for a group, the NFLCP, National Federation of Local Cable Programmers. Moved to Atlanta, did that there, worked with the first music channel, the Atlanta Video Music Channel. We got blown out of the water by MTV. Came west to LA, and in Atlanta I ran Image Film and Video Center, put on the festival, weekly screenings, workshops, again, training and educating. Came west, did a lot of work with cable television, also network, ABC, was involved in the beginnings of E-entertainment television. Then worked in public television, which was one of the best jobs. What is now PBS SoCal was KCT when I was there. And I was a producer, writer, producer, editor, predator. Moved out of that, got whisked away from there to work at the American Film Institute. I was there for a decade creating workshops, professional development workshops, and then a K through 12 screen education program. And that's screen education, not media literacy. Not that they don't overlap, they do, but I believe that both are very important to the effort here. So I freelanced a lot, I did a lot of different work, and then I started teaching at Cal State University. This is my 10th year there. I teach new directions in digital media. That's VR, AR, XR, whatever, and everything else, robotics, CGI, and now tons of AI. So, and I do that for University of Nebraska as well, and I love it. And I love getting my students jobs, internships, and that's again where I segue with Kevin. He's taken a couple of my great students as interns. That's it.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Ted.
You're welcome.
Jay, how are you?
All right. How are you?
Good. Hello, everyone. My name's Ted Milner. Agency called Executive Temps, and I've been doing that for about 35 years. So we place people at the studios such as ABC, Disney, Warner Brothers, DreamWorks, Paramount. Over the years, majority of the studios and networks placed thousands of people, hundreds that are now executives, and probably interviewed well over 11,000 people. So I would say probably in the last 10 years, I spent most of my time really educating this younger generation on how to interview, and from resume writing, but really how to interview is where they're really blowing it, and understanding the culture's changed quite a bit with the younger generation of what their expectations are, and what the expectations are of the employer. So in a nutshell, Jay, I know I'm kind of going fast because I know you got a large panel. So if there's anything I'm missing out that you want to hear, just let me know. But that's what I do. Thank you.
Testing. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oscar Aguayo. I am one of the co-founders and president of Conexión. Conexión is the hybrid word that we came up with, which stands for connect and take action. And it's what we do for the small businesses in the community. There are three main programs that we focus on. One of them is helping community members that have a specific type of skill and they're looking to legitimize their business. So we created a cohort called the South Central Business Builder Program, where within 14 weeks, they're able to come out with their business. We do from corporate documents, setting up their accounting system. We give them money to open up their business bank account, branding kit, website. So it's something that they come out that it's giving them that experience. As I was reading some of that data about women with babies as well, part of the funding that we got this time around is we make sure that we implemented a daycare for there, right? Because we had participants where they're allowed to bring in their kids, fathers and mothers. So that is very important. The other one is we work in the high schools now. We're working in South LA in Diego Rivera High School, and it's about teaching the youth about learning entrepreneurial skills. They're in the area of green design, so they're thinking about in the schools, environmental problems. How do we best come up with ideas and things like that, right? So for us is we introduce an entrepreneurship program where it allows them to be able to think about some of the issues that are going on in the community. And let's think about some of these problems and how can we come up with ideas, services, and products to be able to be creative and see if we can get funded. Right. The other thing is we're at the Goodyear track. The Goodyear track is in a unincorporated area, which is Florence Firestone, in South Central Los Angeles. And we work with mom and pop businesses. We canvass the community and we try to connect them resources, provide the technical assistance, the mentorship. And together we try to bring a lot of the USC students that are majoring in business for Marshall and accounting and connect them to the small businesses. That's very important because a lot of them don't have the education in business. They know how to hustle. They started their business, but then they lack a lot of that business education. So that's where we try to fill in that gap in there. Other than that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Dorsey, which I always like to say this. He's a mentor. He's a professor. When he was telling that story earlier about going to, what was it, Sam's Club and all that. Yeah, and Subway. Well, that was me, where he was teaching me the ropes. And to me, that was my internship with Dr. Dorsey, which I'm here and I'm speaking to all of you because of the opportunity he gave me, taking us all, our group. So,
Oscar, man, you make me so proud, Oscar. Hey, you guys, my name is Dr. Norris Dorsey. Hey, Jay, how you doing, sir?
Great to see you, Dr. Dorsey.
I am the founder and of Dorsey Academy Entrepreneurs. That's dorseyacademy.org if you guys want to go to the website. And the reason why I started this school, well, let me give you the model. The model is start your business classes simultaneously. And the reason why I started Dorsey Academy was because I felt the students need to see real world example of what it's like to start and run your own business. And so I did it as a case study for my students. They had a chance to see me do the LLC, do the nonprofit, set up the business. And so our main thing is business curriculum. So everything from accounting classes to management classes to marketing classes to nonprofit and financial literacy, which is the focus now. We also do professional workshops. I started a workshop series called the Series of Professionals, where we bring people and guest speakers in and talk to the people about what it's like to do their job on a day-to-day basis, so they can hear from those individuals and cut back on some of the mistakes that they're going to make in their careers. One of the things that I've learned over the 20 plus years of teaching was that students learn better from real world examples, and they get their experience from doing stuff. The theory and the book knowledge is great, but the practical knowledge and being able to do stuff on your own and experience it goes a long way. And that's part of why I started what I do. What I'm doing now on the financial literacy angle is teaching people how to develop and build their personal and business credit. A lot of the I want to call it, the grant writing or the proposal process is very difficult for individuals that don't have a major in English or don't understand the process that it takes to go out and get those grants. I've been writing grants for, I don't know, 25 years. One of my mentors is Dr. Robert Ross, who is the California Endowment, recently retired president and CEO. And he told me when I first submitted my first grant to him, he said, not everybody can write grants. It's an art form. And, that is something that I want to pass along to individuals. So, Jay, the floor is yours. I've introduced myself.
Thank you, Dr. Dorsey. And Stella.
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. I hope the audio is okay. My name is Stella Ursua. I am with Grid Alternatives, Greater Los Angeles. We're a 501c3 nonprofit solar installation company, and we assist families that live in environmentally polluted neighborhoods with accessing clean energy. And so we install solar energy systems at no cost to the family. We've installed 2,500 systems for families across LA County. We also work in Orange and Ventura County. The other part of our business, though, is to train folks on solar installation. So we have an installation basic training program that we run. We've been training folks since about 2010 or so, and we've trained probably about 4,000 people. The neat thing about our program is that we are able to place between 70 to 75% of our trainees with for-profit installation companies. And so we're really proud about that. We do have some folks that have been able to start move into apprenticeship programs with the local unions. And so we are very focused on providing folks with the skills, the knowledge, and the capabilities to start their careers in the clean energy industry. I am the steering committee vice chair for the California Jobs First initiative, and I'm the sustainability affinity hub lead. And so I've been on a number of these calls, and very, very thrilled to be part of this effort, and very hopeful that we are reaching the masses, that we are showing, the research that's been done to help us determine where do we need to focus our efforts, what types of projects can we focus on to get people employed, to get good careers going, and to have family sustaining jobs. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Jay.
All right, so Stella, I'm gonna ask you a question, and I'm gonna ask the rest of the folks that are there in person to jump in.
Sure thing.
We've talked a lot in our previous events about the kind of larger economic opportunities and kind of what different people see as opportunities. So we've talked about clean tech. We've talked about contracting and other areas where people can get into careers that will provide a thriving wage. What we haven't really talked about is, one, some of the barriers that prevent people from sliding into these opportunities, and two, how that might correlate with race and class issues, the communities that people are coming from. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing in your space, and where there may be some needs that you are trying to address, or areas where maybe you need a little bit of support?
Absolutely, Jay. Great question. Thank you so much for that. We have found that, the folks that we provide training to, they come from, formerly incarcerated individuals, opportunity youth, veterans, women that, are, close to being homeless, folks that just want to move into this industry. And so what we try to do is, just open the doors to them. We are trying to create an equitable training process so that we are in every neighborhood, every community, and so that folks have an opportunity to learn about clean energy. We don't stop there, though. We have the wraparound services. We connect them to additional training programs. We connect them to the local community colleges as well, because we know that it's not just one program that's going to, turn their lives around. It's not necessarily a degree, but there's certain steps that have to take place, right? As you're building those skills. And so the other thing that we're trying to do, Jay, is we're trying to kind of lay this out for folks. What is the educational pathway that you should be considering, right? So you get that hands-on installation basic training, but then what's next, right? So do you want to become a program manager? Do you want to become a solar energy designer? Do you want to move into energy efficiency or electric vehicles, clean mobility, et cetera? And so we're just trying to help identify those pathways and then bring those pathways to the folks that are from these communities. Because one of the things that I heard loud and clear when we were doing the Sustainability Affinity Hub meetings is that there's not enough information out there. And then I want to pull from Armand's presentation, 40% of folks are not familiar with California's goals for a clean energy future. That's the start right there. We have to understand that, climate change it's rampant, right? July 21st or 22nd was the hottest day ever on record, right? They keep saying that every year. Last year, there was the hottest day in, August of 2023. 2022, there was another extremely hot day, right? So it just keeps getting worse and worse. So we need to open people's eyes up to this issue and to the opportunities that exist with this challenge as well. So that's what we're trying to do, is just make it as clear as possible. Here's where you start. Here's where you can go next, or you can, detour, go over here to, clean mobility, right? And I think that's really critical for all of us to make as clear as possible to folks that are looking for employment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to just emphasize two things there that you should have heard from Stella. The first is this idea of being more holistic in terms of what kinds of training and information are being provided to folks in the community, because folks are coming with a variety of needs, not just the specific, oh yeah, train me up so I can get a job. And the second piece is the communications challenge of how you actually get the word out within these communities, and how we make sure that people understand what's coming next, what the opportunities are, and what's happening, right? Which, especially in the age of these, has become even trickier to get people's attention, to help people become aware of what's going on, and so on. We live in an era where it's much easier to publish information, but it's much more difficult to get it consumed, right? And so, I think that's one of the challenges that, I think all the people that are in the room today, if you have success stories to share with the people on the panel, if you have ideas or if you have questions, that should be one of your conversations during the meal hour. I want to move to Anne Marie. Same question. So, you're sitting there teaching people whatever, teaching folks about new and interactive and immersive forms of storytelling. And I suspect that for people who are coming from underserved backgrounds, there's some unique challenges that you need to address. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, there's a mixture of things. One is having a sense of agency, that if you come from an underserved community, poor community, community that maybe hasn't had a very solid family, that might have been broken up back, any of those things can really strike one's sense of agency, that they can do, that they're strong, and that has to be built up. The other, though, in my field here, you're talking about having all this information, well, and getting people to understand and absorb it. Well, that's what my area is in media, and I try to have my students understand that their skills, what they're learning, storytelling, visualizing, putting things out, is not just to be little Spielbergs and make movies and TV shows, but all we have now, this incredible rich landscape of media, so they can work with companies and people in different fields to help tell their story and make it digestible, make it understandable. And they don't need as much of a strong English background, really. Now with ChatGPT, none of us do, but I worked in a 5th grade class with a little girl who was always being pulled out for special ed stuff. And we had crews, and I would go there weekly. And they change roles, doing audio, camera, directing. And she happened to point out from one week to another, because we had a different location, it was an elementary school, that the door was different. The other door, the week before, it didn't have a window. And I looked at her, I said, Marisol, that's called continuity. That's important for this. And she was so beamed, and she wanted to be a director next time. So creating a sense of agency, letting them know that these are communication tools needed in many places. And another time, maybe I'll tell a solar story, but I want to finish and let somebody else address this question.
Yeah, I wanted to have Ted talk more about this question about interviewing. I think people have this assumption about workflow and about recruiting that is this very kind of idealized version. You drop an application, which of course gets read, and then you get an interview, which of course gives people a fair opportunity to evaluate your talents, and then if you're the right fit for the job, you get hired. And it's obviously a lot more complicated than that, and part of it is the impression you leave with people when you have a chance to interact, communicate, talk to those folks, whether it's in the form of an interview or even if it's the conversation to schedule the interview. And I know, Ted, you've spent quite a bit of time not only kind of providing opportunities for people to, learn about how to go about getting work, but also directly placing people, which gives you the direct relationships with some of the hiring managers. Can you talk about some of the trends, things that you've seen in your work that, again, particularly affect people coming from Black, brown, underserved communities, and things you need to impart to them and make them aware of so that they can take advantage of the opportunities that you see in the entertainment space?
Absolutely. Just so you guys have an understanding, the process is usually an HR person for agencies, for employment agencies, and even for studios and networks. Disney gets about 500 to 750 probably now resumes per job. Most of the studios are getting close to 500 resumes per job. And the recruiters are usually not going to go through 500 resumes. They're usually going to go for the first 25, then the next 25 to provide 5 or 6 strong candidates to a hiring manager. And they submit those people to the hiring manager. And the hiring managers are going to tell them, I really like these resumes. Let's see this person, this person, this person. Or they're going to say, can you give me another set of resumes? So sometimes when people are interviewing and if they get a call, let's say they do get a call for an interview, it's usually going to be screened by the HR person when you're talking about big companies like a Disney, ABC, or Warner Brothers or Paramount. The hiring manager is not going to get involved in the first process. If you're talking about smaller companies, like maybe a Jessica Collins Entertainment or a BT or Hidden Empire, it's a smaller company, you probably won't go through a lengthy process. And once that happens, then you're interviewing with the HR. The HR person is a different interview than that person that is actually going to hire you. So the HR person just really want to get through the HR person. The HR person's only concern is, if I put you in front of the hiring manager, you gonna embarrass me? That's the only concern. They've done their job great when the hiring manager says, of the 4 candidates you sent me, they're all amazing. I don't know who to choose. Then they did their job extremely, extremely well. So when you're interviewing with HR, it's really not the time to discuss in detail your passion, your dreams, especially if they don't align with the job that you're potentially being interviewed for. So if your passion is to be a writer or a producer or a director, but you're interviewing at Disney for the VP of marketing, an assistant to the VP of marketing, do they really need to know your passion to write and direct? Because they're not going to hire you. So I'm always coaching people on the process. They're hiring you for their need. They're not hiring you for your dreams. Your dreams can come true, but they're not doing that. They're hiring you for their need. And so that's a real hard concept for this generation to understand, because they're so excited, like someone's going to come and fulfill their dream, like someone's been searching for them to be the next Steven Spielberg. And so when it comes to race, when they call me, they have no idea the ethnicity of the person I'm sending. I faced all kind of discrimination as an entrepreneur, and I'm sure some of the people that I place as a people of color in those positions, but most of the industry is run by white and Jewish people. And most people at that level, they're comfortable with Black people serving them. You can assist me. They're okay with that. Your real challenge becomes is when the position for a manager or for director opens, or for the VP of the department, and you've been there 4 years and the VP position's available, but they hire little Susan who's been there 2 years. And so how to navigate that space becomes very different, because they just consider the other person over you. They just do it. So it's not really going to go away. It's how you manage it. And so I remember there was a company, I won't say their name, but they had a second company that was coming out of Dallas, and they needed some help. So the company that we serviced wanted us to assist this. It wasn't even a sister company. It was another company that was helping with some things, and they needed 2 people to basically handle front desk and do some packaging. It was real easy stuff. So I had 1 white girl and I said 1 Black girl. I got a call about 4 days later, and they said, can we get someone else? And they wanted to replace the Black girls. She was actually sharper and more experienced than the white girl. So I said, another person of color. And she calls me back. She says, well, I said, is there a problem? She said, well, I just want to change it because she's too ethnic. So I found the dumbest white girl I had in my pool, and I sent her. So they had 2 white girls. I called a day later, 2 days later, how's she working out? Oh, we love her. She's amazing. So the following week, I just showed up on the scene. Now, the entryway was as far as from here to the end of that wall. And so the room was almost as wide as this room, and no one was in the lobby but about 3 people. So I went to the receptionist desk, and I introduced myself to the person, and I asked if that representative was here that had been calling me on the orders. And then I stood about 10 feet away from the receptionist desk. So the lady said, calls her, and she said, she'll be right out. She comes out, she walks right past me, looking for Ted Milner. There's no one else in this huge room but me. She just assumed that I was white. And then as she was coming back, she was approaching the woman to say, I don't see him. I said, I'm Ted Milner. And it just blew her mind. And then she realized that she was expressing herself in surprise. She said, oh, hi, Ted. So, there's a lot of bigotry that exists. But the reality is that when it comes to people's money, if you can help them make money and you can help leverage them, they don't really care. They really don't, because money's to them is stronger than race. So there's opportunities for us, and I'm not one that's going to deny, Jay, that bigotry and racism doesn't exist in the industry, because I know it does. I'm not one of those Black people that says pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just work through it. No, they need to change. But the reality is that we have the power, and there is a force right now that's governing this world that's causing that to change. And there's forces right now that are resisting it against that. We saw that with the Supreme Court, you know, but now it's turning. So all we have to do as people of color, as Black and brown people, we just really have to be courageous. And we have to know that we have a right to be there, that we have a right. We're not asking, we're not going to be condescending and rude, but I know my rights. And so as I approach and move forward in my business, I know the quality of executive teams. I know what we do. I know the kind of people that I send forward. So that's a big part of what exists within the industry. So, and to answer the latter part of your question, Jay, and I'll wrap it up because I know we have a lot of other people on the panel, but we had a young lady that I sent over to Skydance Media. Skydance Media is the company that just bought Paramount. And so she's doing reception. So I coached her on what they need, because my goal is not for you to do that 2-week assignment. My goal is to leverage you in a career. And the last girl that did that 2-week assignment did it off and on for 8 months, and she just got hired full time 2 weeks ago. So I coached her on, this is what they're expecting you to do. This is what you're not going to do. This is what you're not going to say. You're not going to be there inquiring and asking about job opportunities, and they just think you're little Missy that wants a job. You're going to pay attention to the job that you're doing. You're going to be polite. You're going to have to use a little bit more energy than the way you talk to me, because you're going to be answering their phones. And you're going to have to dress for the part, because you're going to be the first face that people see. I said, so as people come in, everyone's going to see you. Everyone's going to know you. And often what happens in temping is there's other assistants that know they're going to be out in the last week of August, and another person knows they're going to be out in the second week of September, and they're walking by you to see, you know, how you dress, how you communicate, because they may want you to cover their desk. So it's a lot of coaching people on how to present and how to act. More than, I would say, in the 36 years that we've been involved in business, I've done this more in the last 10 years than the 36 years combined, just on how to behave in the job. But I found that the youth, although we perceive them as arrogant, many of them just don't know. And you have to give them a place to be vulnerable, to be honest. It's okay that you don't know. I didn't know either, but let me tell you how you need to do this. And so it really changes if we're going to have to deal with them a little different, but we're also going to have to know that they need to flow to what we're doing, because we're the bosses. I'm not changing up for you. You need to change up for me, but let me show you how to change up. And you can do this, and we can work together, and you can be successful. So a lot of coaching on how to access and deal with other people.
Thank you, Ted. And so there, I want to make sure that what's not lost first is that bias is real and it has to be accounted for. And secondly, Ted is talking about not just kind of the, find the opportunity, but also the mentorship and the nurturing that has to happen with this next generation of our workforce. That it's not enough to just kind of send them out there, but we have to get them ready. And this idea that they don't necessarily know what they don't know. And it's up to us to help guide them, even sometimes when they don't necessarily think they need the guidance. So Ted, thank you for doing that work, and thank you for sharing that with this group. Oscar.
One more time with the question, please. I was
so
listening.
Yes, and you've already actually answered some of this, but I want you to talk a little bit more about your work and how providing opportunities changes when you think about serving, underserved folks from our communities, from Black and brown communities, from impoverished communities. What's different? What do you have to be mindful of to make sure that those people get the benefit?
Okay, so I'm gonna stick to two of our stakeholders, which is I'm gonna talk about the business owners, and then I'm gonna talk about the youth real quick. When it comes down to the business owners, I always go back to the story. Growing up, my mom was an entrepreneur. I started working with her when I was 8.5 years old, cleaning offices, because in reality there was no money those days. So a babysitter was, you're going to work with your mom and take out trash, help mop with your grandma. So I got to be able to see my mother start her cleaning business. I seen it grow. I seen it become stagnant, and then I seen it decline, where she had no more work anymore. And that was something that was kind of heartbreaking for us, because that was that was what she was raising us all with, right? And that I always had that question, like, why? What happened? So through education and everything like that, I wanted to get more involved and think about the business world. What's the business about, right? That's where I met Dr. Dorsey, and he's taught me so much. And so when I look at that, Now I came here to Valley College. I took accounting 1, accounting 2. I took a political science class. I graduated from Mission College, so I'm also part of the pipeline of the educational system from community college. And then I transferred to Cal State Los Angeles, where I graduated with a bachelor's in entrepreneurship. And through entrepreneurship, we enter into a competition called the Mayor's Cup from Mayor Eric Garcetti. We won $25,000, and that's how we were able to start our nonprofit, Conexión. And Conexión, again, we work with a lot of small businesses. So now, working with the small businesses, I come across them. They're doing the same thing my mother did. And that is kind of an easy way to exit the business that you're in. What I also see is that it's not really a business to them. It's just their work. Is they created their own job. That's pretty much what it is, right? So they, as much as they have a vision where they want to be at, it's very difficult to get there because they're missing a lot of basic fundamentals of business. Just a simple fact of separating your personal financials and your business financials is huge, especially when you're trying to ask for a loan, right? During COVID, I saw so much money that was coming historical from the SBA. And to get a loan from the SBA, good luck. Good luck. So during COVID, man, they were just giving money, businesses, and I was getting a lot of people coming to me like, hey, can I do, think you can help me out? Yeah, I can help you out. No financial records. We're scrambling to look at your accounting system, to look at your receipts. Unfortunately, there were so many people that were left out. There's so many people that were left out just because those basic foundations were not put in place. So those are some of the things that I advocate when it comes down to the small business. Now, here's a big turning point. If you think about what's about to happen within the next 7 years, we're talking about Olympics, World Cup, the Lucas Museum. We're talking about the NFL's coming back, and we're becoming a mecca for entertainment. Okay, how are these small businesses getting ready? That's the big question. Who's going to be getting this opportunity? We're talking about millions of people from around the world are going to come here, especially with the Lucas Museum, Star Wars. I mean, so as I go into the small businesses, I talk to them about this opportunity. Like, you got to get ready. What are we doing to get ready? And you can see it in their eyes. They're like, huh? What? I don't know how that's going to work with us, right? You got a bodega store. What are we doing to paint the store? What are we doing to attract more people in here? Because you got to get ready. You got to get ready. I'm talking to some dealerships. So how are you? Oh, we're just a dealership. Okay. There's going to be a lot of Ubers. There's going to be a lot of different type of renting. What other services can you actually implement to be able to get ready for this? All right. So that is a big challenge in the small business community because they don't believe it. The fact that they don't believe it is because they've been underinvested for decades. So when you talk about, I'm going to invest in this community, if you go to the West Side with one investment, you can hit it out of the park. In low-income communities where they have invested, you need to invest 3 to 4 times. This is my 3rd time canvassing the community. They're barely opening up the doors. It's about building trust. Now they see me, and now it's like, oh, I see who you are. Here's some resources. And then eventually they give me a call. You know what? We want to see if you can connect us. We're looking into a loan. But think about how much you have to invest in there. And a lot of it on my end has been bootstrapping to really prove funders that we need to invest more than what you all think. So that's for the small business. There's a lot of work to be done there and get ready for these big entertainments that's going to happen in the next years. When we talk about the youth now, for the youth, exposure to me it comes down to exposure. When I'm here at Florence Firestone in South LA, Diego Rivera complex, there's 4 schools in there. One of them that I'm working with all 4 I work with, but the main one is green design. I'm talking to the principal, and they're telling me, we work with we talk about sustainability. We talk about global warming, green products and things like that. But there's no projects that we can plug in our students in. So they're looking at me like, can you be the hero in entrepreneurship and teach them green economy? Can you teach them about green products, sustainability, and things like that? And they're like, Yeah, sure, I can. I got 60 students. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with, like, can I get some funding? Because this is gonna take a like a whole team of coaches. And and it comes down to with the youth is getting them exposed. So one of our goals there is take them to maker spaces, take them to incubators, take them. One of our field trips is to go to Clean Tech Incubator, Lacey's, because I want them to go talk to all the businesses that are working in the green economy. Right? I want them to go meet some of the coaches. I want them to get exposures. Other makerspace, downtown library, they have a huge makerspace. Let's go in there and let's think about how do we use these 3D printers. One of the things that I do, okay, is I teach them rapid prototyping. And my type of prototyping is here's a pencil, here's a paper, we're gonna start drawing. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a prototype out of cardboard. And a lot of that equipment, it's not as expensive, but sometimes it comes out of my pocket because I'm trying to look out for the student. As like the next step is let's go to 3D printing. The next step, let's think about going to a makerspace and how can we produce this. So these are the things that are very important. As I hear so much funding that they're about to give up, that they're about to come in, I am a sub-regional table. And I was one of the ones that got funding and did a lot of the surveys in the community for small business and things like that, right? One of the key, and I'm gonna be transparent with all of you, one of the reasons why I'm in this position is because I need to know where the money's coming. I need to know where the money's coming because I know there's a lot of great nonprofits in the South LA community and in other communities that are in the groundwork. They're doing the groundwork and none of them are getting funding. They're all bootstrapping, fighting for crumbs. And I know what that feeling is when you're trying to bring something new and trying to bring new blood into the system to bring new resources, right? To bring in new resources. So that's one of the main things where I'm here. And I want to talk, make sure, as we heard some data, we want to make sure anybody here that runs a nonprofit or knows other organizations, think about how you can plug them in and be able to put in your idea. You have an idea? I'm here. I'm willing to get plugged in, or we can plug in and we can talk about the youth, entrepreneurship, workforce development, right? And then opportunities. But I'll leave it there.
All right. Thank you, Oscar. And Dr. Dorsey. So, we can run the gamut, right? Obviously, we can talk about education more generally. We can talk about some of the other work that you've done up and down the line. But I think that most importantly, you've had direct exposure to lots of people. And I'm sure you have some sense of some of the challenges that always seem to trip us up, things that you feel like need to be addressed. You may be working on some of them yourself, but there may be some other areas that are opportunities where you just wish somebody would put some resources behind it. Could you just talk a little bit about what you've seen over the course of your career and areas where you think we need a little bit more support?
Absolutely. So I'll give you guys a story that I experienced. So I had a chance to meet Kobe Bryant, right, before he passed away, and he was very relaxed. He had just won his Oscar, and I walked up to Kobe and I said, "Man, Kobe, I started my own school. I need some help." He's like, "What you need?" And I told him, I said, "Kobe, I could really use, some money, some name brand recognition, some marketing, whatever." He said, "No problem. Call me on Monday." I never talked to Kobe after that. And I think that that's the challenge that a lot of entrepreneurs have is that, they have an opportunity, but then they can't get to it. It's almost out of their reach. And, listening to Oscar makes me so proud because, having Oscar in my class 10, 15 years ago just was, it was a vision that I had when I first started teaching. I wanted to make sure that I taught young people every step of the game. So right now, what I'm really talking about is developing your personal and your business credit, and mainly your business credit, because I think Oscar touched on it. Commingling funds is a point that underwriters and bankers just can't help you with. They can't separate it for you. And if you don't have the receivables and the income in the account, they can't get you the loan that you think you're going to get. Now, if you have good personal credit, that might help you a little bit. And so we talk about what kind of focus it takes to get that kind of credit. We don't control the system. There's different ways to get your credit right and to keep it right. But the most important part about business credit is making sure that you use your EIN, not your Social Security. Because when you set up the business and the corporation or the LLC, it's a separate legal business entity. So it takes a life of its own. It's another person. The other aspect of learning some of the basic skills that it takes to be successful is that, you know, I call it the YouTube university generation, right? You can go to YouTube and you can learn whatever you want to learn. You know, somebody on there going to teach you, but you know, how verifiable is that? And so, you know, when I got my doctorate, I learned how to do proper research. And I think that's the next step of what we're talking about here, is doing the proper research and making sure you look at different ways to do certain things. There's more than one way to skin a cat, and you can actually look at different ways to do things. It doesn't mean your way is the right way or the wrong way. You just have to look at different ways to do things. Jay, I think I went off tangent a little bit. So did I touch the question at all?
It's okay. No. I want you to talk specifically more about and by the way, it's all good, right? We love your wisdom and you touch what you need to touch. But in the couple of minutes we have left for this conversation before we break for a meal, could you just talk a little bit about what you've seen in the community and where we could leverage, you know, where we would benefit from some extra attention, support, information, ideas? You know, you have worked so much within our communities, and I feel like you should have the last word in terms of what you think we need and where we should be focusing.
Gotcha, Jay. Sorry about that. So, you know, one of the things that Oscar and I have done is that we've partnered together on some different things. And I partner with a lot of different organizations. And it's very important to connect with other organizations and make it very strong. There might be resources that the other organization has. There might be, you know, equity in terms of what they offer. And so you should connect with other organizations. Don't feel like you have to do it alone. There's somebody else out there that you can work with that can help you do it together. The other thing that I'm finding out, you know, that small businesses need is organizational structure and accounting systems. There's a lot of stuff you can do on your own, but you have to actually build a team of people that actually understand project management, understand customer service. Customer service being one of the big areas that really, you know, cripple a lot of organizations because they don't take care of their customers. What I'm struggling with is my database and making sure I'm building it right. So for everybody out there, dorseyacademy.org. Go to the website, please. Okay. And if you need to take it a step further, follow me on social media at Dorsey Academy. Reason why is because the database is going to show, you know, my receivables or potential investor that I'm touching this many people. When I do workshops, I need to make sure that I'm touching people. And the last piece that I'll leave you with, and Kevin is an expert at this, you have to have good media. You have to have a good commercial. You have to be able to represent yourself well on quote unquote TV. And so that's very important to always document and create a real, or so to speak, something that shows that your company has done this or done that. I think that that's the most important lesson for any small business out there. Did I hit it this time, Jay?
You hit it this time. Thank you so much for Dr. Dorsey. No, this is good. So I you know, you got the blessing and curse of having a sizable panel here with people who are doing incredible work. And so I would love to spend more time with each of you and talk more about how you do what you do, what you've seen, and how we can support people who are trying to establish career pathways, as well as the people, as you've seen in the audience, who have nonprofits of their own and are trying to build, grow, scale what they're doing as well. My invitation to all of you, because we're going to break for lunch now. I guess it's really more like dinner. We're going to break for a meal now. Is to seek each other out, share some ideas, tell other people more specifically what you're working on, and talk more specifically about the pain points that you're experiencing. Obviously, funding and resources is one piece, but I think that you're going to find as you start to discuss logistics, the people you serve, the communities where you work, et cetera, that there are going to be other things that we can address by working together, right? So please take phone numbers and names, get connected on LinkedIn, talk to each other. We will come back, I think, at around the top of the hour. I know that we had originally planned to do this for about 40 minutes, but we may have to shorten a little bit just so that we can end closer to on time. We're about 25 minutes behind schedule now. But thank you so much to the panel. You guys were amazing. And let's go eat.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Go get your meal ticket. Test, test, test.
Here we go. He can hear us now.
Thank you. I can hear you now. What's going on?
Hello. Hello, I'm Linda Kelly. I'm from Fathers and Mothers Who Care. We say it short, just FMWC. We do homeless services and workforce development training also. And we've been doing it since 2015 in the homeless service sector. And I am part of the Infinity Hub Lead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Edmond with Jameco Foundation, Executive Director and founder of Jameco Foundation out of the Bay Area. So happy to be back home again. I grew up in Southern California, went to school here. Our vision is helping eradicate poverty of mind, body, and spirit. And the reason we chose that is because I spent a long career in corporate America, and I saw all of the advantages, all of the excess, and then I looked in my community where people were struggling, where Black and brown people and Indigenous people, sometimes called BIPOC, were struggling. And I realized that for the communities with the least, agencies and resources are held back. And so I wanted to give opportunities that would show access, opportunities that would show growth, opportunities that would help people who had the least understand how they could get the most.
Hey everyone, my name is Sterlina Cerritos, and I am the Director of Business Development for West Cal Academy. It's a nonprofit program that runs the West Cal Pre-Apprenticeship Program. And although we do serve everybody from every race, we have a particular focus on students that are justice impacted, students that have invisible disabilities, any overlooked communities, which includes the Black and brown communities. And I can definitely draw from my experiences coming from a Latino community. I've seen a lot of the struggles that the people from the Latino community face, including those that are undocumented and having restricted access to workforce resources. So I'll get to some more later on, but we have a focus on apprenticeships and giving everyone an opportunity to earn a thriving wage.
Hi, I'm Lisa Frankie. Good evening. My corporation or my vision is called Exodus, and Exodus actually talks about unconscious and conscious bias, how we work through that through a corporate level. My background has been in 40 years of healthcare equity, dealing with the underserved communities, whether it's pediatrics, OBGYN, acute hospital settings, whether that be primary care. The campuses that I've gotten to work with is Hubert Humphrey, Harbor UCLA. I've got to work in private industry. I've worked in sports medicine, kinesiology. I've worked in pediatrics. I've worked in the HIV community, working with infectious disease practices when there was a time that there was no one handling infectious disease. That was a journey back with Molina Healthcare and a wonderful infectious disease physician by the name of Dr. Jesse Sherrod. So I've had a journey in doing that. I think now as I have shifted is actually working within the communities, dealing with grief and loss and disenfranchised loss. I'm a thanatologist by study. Thanos or thanatology is the study of death, dying, and loss. So it's actually a grief counselor. So my background is an end-of-life palliative care. Okay, and what that looks like when we go through mourning, it's a different process. When we mourn and when we lose, and right now we have the heaviest population that is dealing with suicide, stress, pressure, anxiety. How do we do that? How do we move through that process? And how do we do it in the lens of race? Different microcosm. And so I'm going to popcorn back to my colleague.
All right. So thank you all for the intros. I would say, you've all teed up very nicely the first and most important question, which is, what changes when we're dealing with people who are coming from underserved backgrounds, right? What's the area that we need to focus on, the resource that's missing, the help that we need to offer? I know you each have different organizations working in different areas, so I think it'll be interesting to have each of you talk about what you specifically see as some of the distinctive things that we need to attend to, address and nurture.
Okay, so I taught in, they called it a health worker for a direct support specialist for the homeless. So in the homeless sector, it used to be ran by peer specialists. Then it became big money. Then you had to have a degree. Now we're going back to peer specialists. But in that, they said we were going to have a wage increase, which we did not have. We worked all through the pandemic. Nobody cared. We were very stressed. We was overworked. Then they turned around and said, for all the people that we trained, and we have a 76% higher rate because I work in the homeless sector field. So the people that I knew would hire the people that we trained. Then they said, well, if you're on welfare, we're going to cut you off. You haven't even passed probation. So then everyone that was offered a job was scared to accept the job because now they're uncomfortable because they're comfortable with the county check. They won't have health care for them and their child. They won't have child care. You talked about that earlier. All of that will be wiped out at the very first paycheck, and they have not passed probation. And in this field, probation can be from 3 months to 6 months. So you've taken their security away from them into an unknown, not knowing if they're going to be able to survive even in this field. It's a hostile environment because now we're going back to peer specialists working instead of degreed people working, and the degreed people that are there don't want to lose their position. So it's hostile. But it's enough for us all to be there because you see the numbers for the homeless. But they don't feel it's enough. So the answer to that is the government needs to understand that when we offering these people, the hard to employ, my veterans, my homeless, my seniors, when we're offering them employment, we have to give them a chance to get on their feet before we snatch the rug from underneath them. So that's where I have.
Thank you for that.
That was good. Am I on? Yeah. Okay, that was good. So I'm Michelle. I have two areas in my foundation. One is capacity building for nonprofits, and that's where I pull from my corporate background, teaching things like separation of business and personal finance, having your books together, making sure that the back office looks as good as the front door so that you can, and how to position yourself for funding. A lot of agencies of color are doing amazing work in their community, but they're serving out of their passion without having the business acumen to sustain their vision. So they might get a city grant, or they might get a county grant, or they might get a small community foundation grant, but they do not have built-in measures and abilities to sustain and grow that funding. And when they disappear, there's no one to take their place, because they're the ones who care about the community, because they come from the community, or they serve the community and they serve faithfully. And many of them serve out of their own pocket, without realizing that there's funding available or how to position themselves to get that funding. So that's one piece. And then some deeper work we do is we have a merchant marine training program, and we just received a planning grant from the state of California to expand this historically Black-led, Black-founded program across the state. So we are partnering with West Cal Academy to come into Southern California. So I'm not just sneaking in, I'm coming correct. But what I see, merchant seamanship is a fascinating, amazing career. And we have, I'm going to speak in very practical terms. We have a trainer who is African American male, third generation merchant seaman out of the Bay Area. His brothers all went to sea, their father went to sea, their grandfather went to sea. And this is a career where an opportunity has been lost for people of color. When you speak to someone about my age, not saying what that is, but y'all can guess, you'll often hear, oh, I had a great uncle or I had a grandfather who was a merchant seaman, but you don't hear that anymore. So the young people of color no longer know about this career, despite the fact that the Port of Oakland is the number 9th largest container port in the country. LA is number 1, Long Beach is number 3. So there are opportunities and jobs and resources in these fields. The merchant marine training field, real practical, what has made a difference is, and I have seen young men and women dreaded, tatted up, just as impacted, maybe got through high school, sort of got through high school, sit on the edge of their seat because they have not seen someone who looks like them stand in their authority as a seaman for 30 years and say, I did this, and this is how I did it, and you can do it too. So that's one of the secrets, right? When you see people that look like you, who care about you, who are investing in you, and who then say, you can do it too, and let me show you how. That instills something in someone, that instills something positive in someone, that gives someone hope. That gives someone an opportunity that says, wow, you really believe in me. You're not just checking a box. You're not just trying to make your numbers, and then I'm not going to see you in my community again. You're here for the long haul.
Everything you just said, and a lot of it I feel applies to what we do at West Cal Academy, especially because we deal with a lot of students that are between the ages of, believe it or not, 11 all the way up to even 26. And because of that, I'm sorry, up to the age of 26, because we work with the LA County probation halls and camps. And it goes from places like DKC, the Dorothy Kirby Center in Commerce, where they have young people from as young as 11 years old. Some of them, believe it or not, are fathers at the age of 12 or 13 years old. And all the way up to the age of 26, because that's the age limit for Barry J. Nydorf that we currently are running our program in Silmar. And a lot of these students are disproportionately Black and brown students. And one of the things that we address to help, get these students back on their feet or get them on the right track is we have to understand the communities that they're coming from. A lot of them come from communities that are, broken. They lack resources. And I got to familiarize myself a little more when I was working as a census worker back in 2020, and I was assigned the South Central area. And I had always lived adjacent to the area in Pico Union, just maybe like a mile from the Adams neighborhood all the way down to South Central. But it never really hit me how much these communities are lacking resources when I actually worked there. So when I assist at the housing camps, taking different industries there. I have like an insight into where they're coming from, and I want to help them out. So it doesn't matter, for me, we help all the races, but specifically Black and brown communities. And apprenticeships, I believe, are a way to help everyone. We want to give everyone a chance. So I would like to pass it on to you. Yeah.
I'm going to get to the heart of the matter. And sometimes you have to be transparent enough too when you're looking at being marginalized. What does marginalize mean? Okay, what does disenfranchise mean? What does health equity mean? So I can only start with myself. Both of my parents were heroin addicts. Both. I was raised by my grandmother in Spanish Harlem, and so what they said to us is that el que no oiga consejo no llega viejo, which means he that does not hear the counsel of the wise or the elders never gets to where they're going. So see the vision of what it is and understand that there's some families that are born with allergies, heroin, drugs, a whole lot of things, alcohol, but that isn't a sentence for you. You don't have to take what society has said to you and say that that is the way that you will live your life. It's about choices. And so you got a choice. If you can hustle, right? Raise a car, drop a car, paint a car. That's mathematics, right? If you're good at athletics, that may be a field of kinesiology that you move into, right? If you're a mathematician, it might be STEM. Because my uncles ran numbers in Harlem, and all of them were mathematicians because they kept all those numbers in their head. And I mean a lot of numbers. And created in bodegas, where they would deposit Social Security, FICA, and SSN. So when they retired, right, those men had Social Security checks. So the things that we see are a disadvantage are really an advantage, but you have to look at it through the lens of color. Does it look better 1? Does it look better 2? Does it look better 3? Does it look better 4? As an ophthalmologist. Because society would say you're not going to make it because we weren't given the skill set to be able to do that. Okay. And some journeys are unconventional, right? Everybody's not going to go to college. Everybody ain't college material. And some people that have their own stores, they have markets, they have clothing lines, their Instagram, their influencers. That is a skill set to be able to talk and utilize the skill set that you were given. What I would say, as far as transferring things and power, is what's your skill set? What's your vision? Where do you want to go? And if you don't know how to write a footnote, because I was dyslexic, so when I got to my master's degree program, I didn't even realize that I had all of the elements for my papers there, but I was dyslexic. And so one of my professors said, you'll learn how to be a wordsmith because the way you talk is not the way that you write in academia. But if you don't see anything that you can connect to, do you understand what I'm saying? They're not like us. And they never gonna be like us. You understand what I'm saying? And so you have to prepare your children to go into academia, or you have to prepare them in business in a very different manner via race, whether you be Vietnamese, Chinese, Cambodian, Puerto Rican, Dominican, African, Jamaican, whatever that is, it's a different role, it's a different lens. And so you have to be comfortable when you walk into a room, and we talked about that. You have to be comfortable in your skin. That's where the healing starts. Because you can get the business loan, you can get into the hall, but are you going to be able to stay there? Because it's pressure. And so how do you deal with suicidal ideation? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the depression? How do you deal with not having the money? How do you deal when the food stamps don't extend? I'm keeping it 100. You understand what I'm saying? What food pantries? Where do I go to get medications? How do I manage all that? And so it's a very different world in managing in the corporate office to do that. So I'm going to popcorn back to my left, but I'm just saying these are the resources that we have, and we have to delve. We can't do that in 10 minutes, but there's a lot of resources where we can, and there's a way to do that. And a portion of that is dealing with healing within our races. We have to heal first.
Pop, pop. Come on, Jay.
So, yeah, I mean, I love all of this, and I want to make sure before we move on to getting your thoughts and observations on other issues, tell us a little bit more about resources you need to be able to build on and expand the work that you're doing right now. Right, this is an opportunity. We have people in the room right now, as well as people watching online, who may have access to a person or a resource that might be helpful. So lay it out there. What are some of the things that you are struggling with right now that you think you could, you could really use some help with?
Well, Jay, okay. So we always all need money because the demographic that we serve, we always need funding. No matter most of the grants and RFPs and stuff that we write, they don't do full funding. They give you partial funding. So you're always fundraising. You're always a professional beggar asking someone, can you please buy into what we're doing? So that's the number one thing. Then you need, unfortunately, we need celebrity endorsements. That's what the new society thrives off of. Someone else that's popular to buy into what we're doing in order for them to take a stand and a notion for even the funders to give it. My team
Say more about
is
that.
always filming something. But let me tell you something how I feel about it. Now you want me to exploit an already exploited person. But I can't get the funding to do that unless I put them on camera or I'm taking their social security number. I'm having them sign in on a document because that's what the funders want. So the funders always want you to document what you're doing, put them on camera, take their picture, have them make a story. They're already exploited. So I would like someone to give us not a capacity building grant, but full funding to do what we're doing without exploiting the already vulnerable class that we're handling.
There we go. I'm up next. I have a couple of things. One thing we're looking at, especially with our apprenticeship program, is working with other agencies that support our population. We train to be merchant seamen, right? But the audience that we're working with, the trainees that we're working with, they need a lot of wraparound support. So we're looking at how do we partner with other agencies to bring for you to refer in your trainees or for you to refer in people to the apprenticeship program, but still be involved with them so that if somebody has an issue, they have somewhere to refer back to. They don't just have to figure it out on their own. I mean, how can we, I think of wraparound as how we wrap our arms around them. So if somebody needs to learn how to open a bank account and know how to manage their finances, then we need that resource to do that. Right? It takes a lot more to be successful than just putting someone into a job when they have been, they come from a community of color, when they are low income, when they are poor, as the gentleman said before, or just as impacted. So you have to look at what those gaps are and be able to fill those gaps. And then we need funders to be aware of that need so that we can provide that wraparound counseling, whether it's housing need, whether it's a literacy need. It's a career where you don't have to have a high school education, but sometimes they need literacy and test taking support. We've had homeless trainees who needed a place to live. We've had trainees who had food and transportation issues. So the ability to fill those gaps and recognize that someone who comes in who is affluent and enters into this career has the resources to do all of those things. But it's more than just footing the bill. It's were they able to get there? Were they able to get home? Did they have food to eat? Did we feed them when they're in our training class? Because we realize a lot of them are hungry. So we provide hot food. I was amazed when I left corporate America. And in corporate America, you can get to a point where you get a little snooty with it. Right. I worked at MTV for 10 years. I was an assistant vice president at Wells Fargo for 8 years. Don't come to a meeting. Of course, there's going to be food and it's going to be good. And have go out of town, you're going to put me up in a nice hotel, and you're going to feed me, and you're going to give me gifts. I expect that. And that comes. And then you see a grant. I remember when I was an executive director of an organization that worked with the homeless, and the criteria was you can't buy food. I'm like, but they're hungry. How are they going to focus on getting to work and they're hungry? And so in communities of color, food is how we take care of each other. In many of our grantors, food is the exact thing that they take away because they're thinking of waste and excess, and we're thinking of meeting basic needs.
You said a word, especially this question about people trying to work on homelessness issues themselves needing a place to stay. Not a thing that I had really considered before.
Everyone here is talking about non-tangible things like wraparound resources, and of course, everyone needs money, funding. One thing that I want to focus on is the tangible things. So, JP's giving me a look like, uh-oh. You're thinking about, okay. So, one of the first things that comes to mind is and what we need to fulfill our goals in West Cal, our mission is materials and also interests from different industries, which is why we're actually here. We're here to network. We're here to connect with different people from all walks of life. And also why we're here with JAMCO Maritime. We want to give students access to an opportunity to leave the environments that they come from that are toxic or broken environments, give them a chance to explore the world, because a lot of them stay within their neighborhoods. They get released from the juvenile halls, they go back to the communities that they came from. That's all they know, and then they end up back in juvie, or worse, they go to the big house, as they call it, and it's not a joke. It's not a joke. We've had students say, "Oh, I came from LP," which many may know. It's all over the news. I heard a story of one student that actually was re-released from LP, which is basically like human warehousing, before they take him to a different facility, like all the other camps. And when he was re-released from LP to Barry J. Nydorf, he literally got on his knees and he kissed the ground. Yes, he kissed the ground, and he said, I don't want to go back to LP. I want to improve my life." And one of the ways that we need to help these students is hands-on career exploration. We have brought automotive. Thanks to Kyle back there. He's actually our automotive guy. Thank you for bringing the car over to Barry J. It was actually the very first automotive hands-on lab at any of the probation camps, where they actually got to take the wheels off of the cars, change the oil. That's exactly what they needed. We had one gentleman, he was 14. He said, I get to finally impress my girlfriend, or I'll get to teach my son. A lot of these kids are fathers at such a young age, below the age of 18. They go, "This is something that I need. This is something that I would love to pass on to my child." So we need more materials. We need more interest from different industries to say, "Hey, I come from the solar industry, the solar panel industry, or maritime, from nursing, from the medical field. Come to West Cal and donate materials. We need materials, hands-on materials we can bring into these halls and camps, and because they can't leave, we have to bring the industries to them on the inside, so that when they come back outside, they're already familiar with these industries." So thank you.
I wanted to circle back, and I know we're pressed against time. People that are already marginalized, we write the things in grants and we talk about these different things, and I want to give Dr. Dorsey his flowers, and that is, you have to be one-on-one with people. Paper doesn't translate into people. And so you may get the grant, but you're going to need someone that has empathy, so that the person that you're talking to isn't marginalized because they're living in a tent or they're bathing. Because I had, when I was living in Long Beach, I'd allow our homeless women up the hill to come and use my water faucet. I'd open up the gate on the side so they could bathe and go back up the hill. This is what we have to deal with. And so we write grants, but we don't write grants on humanity. Where's the humanity in the grants that we write? Don't give me $40,000 and then want to choke me on how I'm going to spend it. There's not conventional ways in which we can do that. And so it's teaching wisdom academically, what they call the antecedent, the purpose of a thing. What is the purpose of the grant that you're giving me? You can't give me the grant and then dictate to me that I have to put people's information up. People don't want to know. There's students that sleep in Long Beach. They don't want people to know that they're sleeping in the car. They don't want them to know that. They don't want to know that they got out of their car to go to the job interview, or they're standing there, or they can't read well because they have a learning disability, because we have invisible disabilities. Do our grants cover that? So those are the things that we need to tuck in and say to the grant writers, those that are funding, come and walk with me, do a Kaizen walk with me. Why don't you come and walk with me? Because I've had to pull CFOs out of their office, out of the ivory tower, and say, come and have a Kaizen walk with me. Let's do some Toyota walking. Let's walk the floor, right? Let's go underneath the freeways, right? Let's go sit in the cars. You know, people just didn't wake up and decide to become homeless. They just, at 7, I decided I'm going to be a homeless person. Yeah, exactly. And so it's bringing reality into academia, bringing the marginalized to let them have the respect and dignity. Although they're coming to get a box of food, they still should get their dignity. And getting the box of food, getting the shoes, and that's what I have. But I heard when you said that, transparency, and they're already marginalized. So let's not re-traumatize them, right? So then they don't want to ask, because you really don't want to ask in the first place. So it's moving past that. And so you have to empower people in their poverty. Because I can make rice 5 different ways and stretch it. Can we do that? So you learn to do that, but that should be a skill, and you don't need a PhD to hustle. Some of us got, if they were handing out doctorates, we'd already have a PhD because we got hustle down pat.
Jay?
So one of the things that I think each of you has talked about indirectly is this idea of intersectionality, right? Yes. So we are dealing with people living in our communities who may be facing more than one disadvantage, right? So a hidden disability may have led to their homeless situation. Financial impoverishment may have blocked them from opportunities to take on jobs, or may have put them in a position where they got caught up in the law enforcement and incarceration system, right? So these things kind of then start to turn into this patchwork of challenges that need to be overcome. And while each organization is trying to address a particular need or to help people take advantage of a specific opportunity, we start to recognize that, to get people ready to embrace the blessing, we have to then think about all these other things that may be happening. I commend each of you for doing that kind of wraparound work and really embracing people that you serve. I would just ask, as we kind of, as we're up in our final minutes, you've given some instructions around, what grantors should and should not be doing. But what can other community organizations or other people who are supposed to be working with people do to help us be more effective when we're trying to run programs to help people of color and folks from disadvantaged communities?
Question behind you.
Showing my age, I don't know.
Yeah, you are.
Earlier, started the gang troops back in '93 October here in the Valley. Law enforcement hasn't changed as much concerning dealing with some of the social issues, including the homeless population. We need to hold our electeds accountable on who's receiving the resources. The ones that I know the agencies in the past were, I could talk about Zidar's brother, Arthur, was a grassroots spiritual leader, but gave so much of his heart in helping the AIDS victims that were for free. And to give them a hard time for a budget of $10,000 a year.
Yes.
I understood that. I understand some of the comments made. But we as a group need to do something to make sure that these programs ain't going to these multi-million-dollar agencies that are coming from who knows where, but are working with the grassroots leadership within our different communities. Because I'm sorry, the PhDs from the guy who grew up in Pacoima, it's a lot more important to me than the person that's very nice to me that came from West LA. I'm just being real. I'm being real. And I'm real to them because believe me, I go to some of these meetings and I put people on check over this. Because I'm not about poverty pimping, because I know in my last 30 years doing this work, I've done 16-hour days with only 4 hours pay. I'm just being real. You know what I mean? I ain't got this gray hair at this young age. I've had it since I was 30 by playing piano, okay? This was a bigger shirt at one time. I mean, I was a bigger man fitting into a tighter shirt. But I'm being real about how I see the group here with the program here. I'm feeling, actually giving me a little more hope. Because I thought I was fighting an uphill battle going to some of these city council meetings, supervisor meetings, and quietly seeing only 10 people there. And they're looking at me red-eyed when I say these comments. You know, on the homeless, there's no reason why a homeless shelter beds costing the government $2,500 or $10,000 a month when we got these poor young people of color ministers who have in their heart, have degrees, and do it for free. All they need some help to help pay their rent. The light of these small either garages, whatever they use, and we understand these drug and alcohol programs that start that way. Let's be real. Cut that in half, give them $500 a month. They're helping 10 people. Believe me, they'll be able to give them some steak three or four times a week. That's it. To the homeless folks. You know what I mean? I know what it means to eat out of a can on purpose. Right? How many times you see them in line, and some of the folks I see handing out these canned goods, they've been there, 3 years or whatever, and I'm saying, how does that taste? Corned beef hash tastes a little tough. You know what I mean? I get it. Try it out. Try it out. That's all I gotta say for those that haven't done it. Try it out. You understand where I'm coming from. So I'll go. I go and I'll tell my wife. I got been remarried 2 years, man. She's teaching me some tricks on how to cook some of this food, man. You know what I mean? I've lost 30 pounds too. But I'm done with that question. That is my comment. And I'm saying I agree, and we need to hold our people who give out these funds accountable to feed the grassroots people who are in the ground. Okay, thank you.
Beautiful.
Steve from Pocoima, thank you.
So, Jay, this is what I know. Most of us here on grassroots agencies, we call it boots on the ground because we actually touch the people. My husband gets upset because I'm always in sneakers, even when I'm in high heels. And if I see a homeless person or a senior or a veteran, I'm jumping out my car because I got supplies.
All right.
Okay. We have showers. All homeless people don't look alike. Okay. We have a shower. The people stop, their families come shower before they take their kids to school, before they go to work. Not everybody is a crazy person. And that's what the world, that's what we show, and that's not what it is. My seniors and the veterans that are trying to get re-educated and get acclimated back in the world, we can't, everybody is not social media. So guess what? They need hands-on people to show them, not just put them in front of a computer and expect them to work it. They don't have that skill. My senior citizens, they work physical labor all day life. They need retraining. They want to talk on the telephone now. But guess what? They don't know how to do it. And we're just saying, oh, well, here's a cell phone or here's a computer. You know how to work it. I teach my people that, hey, typing on that phone is a lot different than typing on that computer. It's a whole different skill set. But if you can, if I can get you to type 45 words a minute, you can go to the county and get a $26 hour job. But you can't get no $26 hour job typing on that telephone, on that cell phone. So what we need is our small grassroots agencies to quit working in silos. We will be so much powerful but big organizations have made us feel and have taught us that we're fighting for the little bit of funding that there is there. And so we don't work together. We work in silos. She's doing the same thing I'm doing the same thing that he's doing. And we're so afraid that if we work together, then, and this happened to me. I'm not gonna lie. I've teamed up with people and they ran off with all the money and we were still stuck doing the work. It happens. But guess what? People are my purpose. So I still do it again. So we need to, as grassroots agencies, learn to not work in silos. We have to trust one another, even when there's no trust there, and build trust and friendships and alliances. Otherwise, they'll keep giving the monies to the same old people. I sit on this board because I'm trying to make sure that my community, you guys are my community, get this money, that is not earmarked somewhere else. So that is why he'll tell you, I'm up like John, 1, 2, or 3 o'clock in the morning, reading over the briefs and the stuff like that to make sure that I'm prepared to stand in that same room and tell them, this is what my community needs. And unfortunately, you guys, unfortunately, I didn't even understand my mission because where I sit, I represent all homeless, and homeless is all demographic. That's right. I represent all veterans. So that's all same demographic. Hard to employ, unemployed, reentry. And then they told me seniors, and my seniors are the exact same way. They've been incarcerated. They're reentry. They're hard to employ. They're underemployed. And when I came to that realization that what I was voted for to do, it gave me a new life because I was burnt out. I was tired. I was like, I'm tired of doing this. Nobody is listening. But when I understood my mission, I got rejuvenated and I am still going to be here. And I make many enemies and many friends.
You tell it. Hey, Jay, I think we're up against the hour. So, Jay, I think we're up against the hour. So, if you can take us home. If you can take us
All
home,
right,
Jay,
well,
we're up against the hour.
I got you. Look, I thank you to the panelists, all of you. You're an inspiration, and I don't think we show the kind of appreciation for the work that you do that we should. It's funny because I think about this all the time when we have Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day, we remember all these people who were soldiers, as if that's the only way to give your life and serve in the service of a cause, right? Y'all are the people that I'm thinking about on Memorial Day. Thank you for everything that you do, and thank you for sharing your wisdom today, and thank you for connecting and building with the other people that are in the room. Now, for the rest of you, this was by far, I think, the most stimulating and rewarding event that we've put together to date. We have one more tomorrow. I hope that you enjoyed and learned from the experiences of people that we've been able to that have been able to share their time with you today. We're going to break for now so that you all can get home. But this is not the end of the conversation. We've already teed up the fact that there are funding opportunities that are coming, and there are ways for you to find out about them. You've heard other people, like-minded people who have boots on the ground and are trying to positively impact our communities. You've heard them tell you what they need. If you can provide it, please introduce yourself, right? If you need the same thing, please introduce yourself. Let's make sure that these conversations continue. If you haven't already, fill out the surveys. To be continued. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Work this.